So please do be aware that this will be up online, and next week we hope along with a copy of the presentation. So thank you everyone for being here. For those online, thank you for your patience. We were having some AV difficulties with our screen here in the room. So a couple of logistics things for those of us who are here in person. I mentioned this for folks who had already arrived, but the ladies' room, you go out the doors, you hang a left, you go all the way past the elevators, past security, it's on the left. Guys, you get to go right across the hall. So those are the restrooms. Phones, go ahead and cut them off or mute them or put them on vibrate, and I will do the same with mine in just a couple of minutes. Let me see here. So again, we are live as far as virtual as well. So what we're going to do when we're asking questions is, for those of you who are online, please just chat to everyone. Do not chat me privately, because my computer is being used for the presentation computer and I will not see it. So make sure that if you're chatting, you just chat to everyone, and we've got someone monitoring chat. And what we're going to do is pause periodically throughout the training and ask for chat questions, and I'll do the same here in the room so that we have plenty of time to talk. We do have a very busy schedule, but before we get started, I want to introduce myself. I'm Jennifer Haney, and I am the working in the Division of Water Infrastructure. Obviously, I do a lot of the training and outreach and education. This training is not possible, however, without the help of a lot of other folks. So John Riscar will be joining us in a few minutes. He is one of the folks who will be talking. Ken Polig in the back is another one. He'll be talking about our stormwater along with Tony Evans. And then Shadi Eskoff will be here for the morning. So he's in the back, and Colleen Simmons will be also talking. And Kavita is our drinking water supervisor. She is taking our chat questions. And then Michelle McKay is on our drinking water staff, as is Robin Peel and Bashar Al-Masri. Do we have any other staff in the room? I've seen some folks come in online who are with our staff as well. So do know that we are learning. We like to have our staff come to this training as well, because it helps in our application review on our end. Okay, so how many of you in person are here for just water or wastewater? Got a couple. Okay, how about stormwater only? Got some as well. Thank you for coming. We are going to be hitting stormwater throughout the morning and then really getting into it in the afternoon. How many here are what I call switch hitters? So you're here, okay, excellent. How many of you are new completely to our program? Good. How about veterans? All right, I love having our veterans here because y'all are seasoned. and you, so if you have questions about a process and you're new and you want to talk during the break or during lunch or afterward, grab those who have been here before and ask them. You can always ask us too. And we have found that people who attend our training and then they ask a lot of questions, because this is going to be like drinking from a fire hose, they are the ones who do the best as far as applications. So please feel free, like, catch us during the breaks or after the breaks, or ask questions during. And then when this training is done and you go back and you start digesting all of the information in your packet, just go ahead and shoot us an email, call us. We'll be glad to help you out. And if you have a draft application that you want us to look at, know that you can always come in and meet with us, either in person or virtually or telecon, or however you want to do it. And we'll be glad to help out on that. All right, so those of you who are presenting today know that the remote is not working, because I have my Jabras up and it's a technology thing. They don't like each other apparently and don't play well together. All right, so let me go ahead and get back on the screen here. So here is what we're going to talk about. I'm going to do the program overview today. And if I'm in the way, by the way, y'all tell me, and I can walk, I'm loud. I'll just have to swing by and move the slide. But what we're going to talk about is the program overview. Then I'll be talking about the application package completion. And then John and probably Colleen, I'm not sure if Kavita is going to be able to do it since she's manning chat, but we'll be talking about the priority rating systems for our wastewater and drinking water projects. And then Colleen's going to come back. We'll probably break during that part at about category 2, and then come back and talk about essentially categories 3 and 4. I'll do those. And then Colleen will talk about CDBGI. If any of you are veterans of this, you know it's a complicated program. Those of you who are new, we are here to walk you through step by step, and she'll talk about some of the programmatic requirements. And then we'll talk about planning grants, and Victor or Matthew is going to be doing that. So do be aware that that will be going on. And last, The grand finale will be our brand new program, the local assistance for stormwater infrastructure investment. If that's a mouthful to say, just remember Lassie. If you're having a hard time, remember Lassie the dog. That's how I remember it, to be honest. And then after that, we'll wrap up. We're going to really aim to get you out by 4. It's been running anywhere between 4:45 to 4:15. But please ask questions. We like to have questions, and if we can answer them, we'll certainly do it. We may say we'll hold that question for later because we'll talk about it later. So in your packet, does everyone have a packet? If no one does, raise your hand. If someone doesn't, raise your hand and we'll make sure you get one. Okay, everyone looks like they got one here in the room. Hopefully those of you online printed off what you think you needed. I did my best. Okay, it looks like we have a raised hand online. So if you can unmute yourself and just ask your question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a packet.
Okay, well, if you were online, then you should go to our website and print off what you need. If you had pre-registered with me, like last Friday, I sent out copies of the presentation and the agenda to you, and I try to do that with folks who are registering late. So feel free at the break to try to grab a packet. So those of you who are online, it's more for the in-person folks here who have packets. So thank you. Okay, so this is everything we're going to be talking about. And I'll be going down through the project resolutions essentially, and then the Lassie stormwater eligibility form for those of you who are in the room. Just set it aside. We'll talk about it this afternoon. And for everyone else who's online, that'll be a chance over lunch to be able to print off that stormwater eligibility form and anything stormwater. Okay. Are there any chat questions? No. Okay. So remembering, if you're chatting to me, please be sure to chat to everyone, because if you're chatting to me privately, I'm not going to get it. Sorry, because my computer is the one that's the presentation computer. Okay, some new and changing items. If you have been following our State Water Infrastructure Authority meetings, if you hear us say the word or the acronym SWIA, that's who we're referring to. They took a really hard look at our priority rating systems for wastewater and drinking water and did some adjustments with the project purpose points, nothing significant, but they did some adjustments. And then they also added these new line items that you see here. We'll talk about those in more detail as we get into the priority rating systems, but I'm actually excited about these new line items. I think they're going to be of great benefit to our programs and address some issues that we see emerging in our communities. And then the other big thing that they did was they stood up a program, the Lassie program, at that July meeting. So this was only almost a month ago. So this is a very, very, very new program. So we thank you for those who are willing to go through it and work with us as we get this program up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to John. And as he comes up, the other new item that I did not put up on the screen, and I will talk about this in greater detail, is we are adjusting the way that we take applications this year. We are doing electronic submittals only. So don't panic, we'll talk about it. I will go ahead and let John take it away for program overviews. Are there any chat questions coming in? Nope. Okay. All right. Oh, the clicker doesn't work. You're going to have to, just for the.
Yeah, no laser pointer.
Yeah, you got in trouble. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I was a few minutes late. One of the things that I wish I would have seen is usually Jennifer asks who's been through our programs. You do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Just real quick, just for me so I can see. Those of you that applied for and received funding or helped the community apply for and receive funding, either last round or in any previous round, could you raise your hand, please? Okay, keep your hands up for a second. Those of you that are brand new to our program and haven't gone through our application process, look around the room right now, and if there's people that you know, ask them a lot of questions. They're a really good resource for you. We found that the applications that we get from somebody that's been through our program before, whether it's a town doing it themselves or via an engineering firm, consultant, COG, whomever, they do a better job and meeting the documentation requirements and getting the most priority points for your projects. We have a lot of grant money available, the past round and this round as well. And the plan is to award that all. So there may not be as much grant money in the future. So this is a really important round for you to get the best application for your project that you can and to get it funded. So, really, if you know somebody that's been through it before, talk to them, get some advice from them, and get the best application that you can. All right. Program overview. So I'm going to just talk about what funds are available, and there's a lot. And there's a lot of different acronyms, a lot of different types of funding. I'm going to try to mention which ones are grant, which ones are loans, things like that. So you get a feel for what's available for this round. You're going to hear American Rescue Plan Act. Those are some federal funds. Those are grant funds. And those are going through two different funding pots of money primarily. What is some extra little interesting parts of that, though, that I'll get into. The state revolving fund is what most of our money that we make available is usually coming from. That's primarily a low interest loan program. And it's a great program, and I'll talk about that. And then also the CDBGI program, that's federal money through HUD. Some federal conditions go with that funds, but it is grant money as well. Also really good funding available for your projects, for construction projects. That's one thing I skipped in the state revolving fund. We have additional funds available starting this round that is part of something called the bipartisan infrastructure law. It's supplemental funds to the SRF program. We haven't applied for and have received all of the different bill pots of money. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but some of that is going to be available in this fall. Okay. So first, let's talk about American Rescue Plan Act funds, so grant funds that have been appropriated into the Viable Utility Reserve. These are funds that are going to be available, are available to communities that have been designated as distressed, and they're available for only certain types of projects. Do we have anybody here that just knows their community has been designated distressed? Yep, or engineering firms that are working with communities that are being distressed, probably more of them. So $119 million of grant funds, awesome. And you'll be competing with about 120 some other distressed communities for those funds. Again, really good opportunity for funding. There are some limits to that pot of money, $15 million per applicant, or $30 million if it's a regionalization project. And that $15 million cap is a statutory cap. So that includes all the Viable Utility Reserve funds that you may have received in the past. You're capped at $15 million. So if you got a $10 million award in the spring, and that's all you've ever received from the Viable Utility Reserve, you could still get an additional $5 million in this coming round. The Viable Utility Reserve ARPA funds can be used for construction grants and study grants. I'll get into that in a little bit. Write these dates down. September 30th, 2022, that's the application due date. Other than a little small exception for CDBGI, all applications are going to be due that day. The applications must be complete, and we review what is submitted. You don't have an opportunity to provide additional information. So everything has to be ready by September 30th. And then something that's really important for those of you that have ARPA funds, and it's the same ARPA funds that you received in the local fiscal recovery funds that went directly to your towns. All of that money must be expended by December 31st, 2026. There's another date. Funds have to be obligated by December 31st, 2024. When we award the funds to the communities, we have a project and we have a budget. So those funds have been obligated and that date has been met. So you don't have to worry about that one. You just have to worry about that spend by date 2026. And that means that the project has to be built, you have incurred costs, you have requested those funds to recover those costs, and we have paid them out by the end of 2026. So we don't give you the money up front after the work's been done. That's how we do all of our projects. Okay, designated as distressed, I covered that. So what types of projects are eligible for these funds? Anything that's eligible for state revolving fund. If you've worked through that program before, it's pretty broad. Our state statutes limit a little bit more. For the distressed communities, their projects have to do physical interconnection or rehabilitation or decentralization or study grants, training grants, or this other feasible options leading to viability. So if you're thinking of doing something other than the ones that have specific bullet points, please work with us ahead of time to make sure that your project's going to be eligible. You know, in a perfect world, you've already gone through capital improvement planning, you have an asset management plan, you have a long-term fiscal plan in place, and you're working towards long-term viability. You've got this path identified, and you have all that, and it's ready to go. And we say, yes, this is the project that's going to help you get there, and we're good to go. So many of the distressed towns aren't there yet. So that's why we're asking you, if you're trying to do something else other than rehab, interconnections, things like that, talk to us up front so we make sure it's an eligible project, so that we don't get to next February and you don't get funded because it's not eligible. Kim.
I'm with Johnson County, and there's distressed communities in the county. But we are working on some great projects to bring water and wastewater capacity to those towns. If they had to buy capacity, if they were planning a new physical connection and had to buy capacity in our system, is the capacity eligible?
As part of as an interconnection or regionalization, yes. Sure. So the question was for projects that include service fees, connection fees, capacity fees, that is part of a regionalization, a merger, partnership types of projects, are those costs eligible? And yes, they are.
On disaster recovery, stateside question about the regionalization. Do those regionalizations have to be approved or go through a process where DEQ has vetted them, or are these intergovernmental decisions that can be independent, relatively speaking?
So the question was related to regionalization type projects and whether or not the division or the state had to approve that regionalization prior to getting the funding. And no, we don't. There's more details in our guidance documents of what we need as far as documentation, and it gets down to potentially even letters of support from the different boards. A lot of times, communities are still working through the process, and they don't have the MOAs in place. They don't have the agreements in place yet. That doesn't mean we don't want to encourage that work and get those projects moving. Yep. All right. So the next pot of money. This is again ARPA money. So this is grant funds, and these are funds that are going to our state reserve. And we have a little bit more flexibility that what we can do. What types of construction projects are included in that, and the budget put those funds in a few other different pots of money. The largest one that's available is $42.5 million, and that's for communities that are considered at risk. The budget created this at-risk term and gave discrepancy to the department to come up with what at-risk means. What we did is we looked at the same criteria that are used for designated a community distressed. Also looked at population, smaller communities or rural communities recognize they're more at risk to have financial hardships to maintain their utilities. So they were included as well. There's about 100 or so communities that meet the at-risk designation. As part of the application process, we have a thing called the affordability calculator. And as you work through that spreadsheet, it actually will tell you what your community designation is, whether you're distressed, at risk, or other. And we will definitely check that as part of the application. Question?
At risk nation, is that going to come?
Nope, does not. Yeah. Oh, the question was whether the county's tier level was a factor in determining what they're at risk or distressed. No, it does not. Similar metrics are looked at, not a direct correlation. Okay, there's another $28.3 million that is in the state reserve to do study and training grants. That's again all ARPA money. In the last funding round, I'm going to ask people to raise their hands again. Who applied for a study grant for ARPA funds? Did anybody apply for one? Either asset inventory assessment, merger regionalization feasibility, and was that project funded? All of them, all eligible applications for AIAs, MRFs, and planning grants were funded in the last round. And we still have $28.3 million left. So there's a pretty good chance you get a complete eligible application in for the fall that it will get funded. Those are limited to $400,000 per applicant. And it's for, even if it's a combination, you can't get 400,000 for an AIA and another 400,000 for a regionalization study. The cap is 400,000 per recipient. It's actually over the biennium, but we're going to award all those funds. So it's $400,000 cap for everybody. Okay. Shar, you have a question? So training is separate. So training grants are an eligible expense. We've asked that if you want to do training as part of a project, you just include it in the project, you include it in an AIA application, and that we're not opening just a training project for competitive application. One thing we did do is all of our distressed communities were awarded a $2,000 training grant to be used within 2 years, so that they had those funds already approved if they want to seek reimbursement or get funds to do training and to help those distressed communities. There is a statutory requirement for distressed communities to do some level of training just to help support that. Question, yep.
For the affordability calculator, is that something you're willing to review before submittal deadline? See, or will it automatically tell us at risk? That's something that you're willing to look at so we can determine.
So the question is, are we willing to look at an affordability calculator? We're always willing to work with you on your applications as time allows. As it gets close to the deadline, it may be harder to schedule. And we'll help have recommendations on what type of documentation is necessary. If we see anything obvious that you did wrong, or if something looks wrong, we'll try to give you advice. We won't score an application for you or give you any kind of guarantee on a funding or final score, but we'll help you.
John, just a question. If you awarded 400,000 in past spring, are you eligible for the fall?
So I think everyone heard the question. And no, it's a $400,000 per recipient for that biennium. So if you already received $400,000 in training grant through ARPA, you are not eligible for any more. Okay. The next pot of money. It's part of the 2022 budget. I don't remember how much was awarded, but just a few months ago, there's an additional $300 million that was appropriated in the 2022 budget for additional water, wastewater work. We were able to award most of that money in the spring. There still is $7.5 million available this fall. Those funds are not designated for any category. So if you're distressed, you could get some. If you're other, you could get some. If you're at risk, you could get some. We'll award those funds in priority order after the other funds run out. So if you are distressed or at risk, the likelihood is you'd get the distressed or at risk funds. And the $7.5 million will go to higher priority projects for communities that are not distressed or at risk.
Sure.
We'll see. Yeah.
One more question. So are the training grants only available for at-risk communities as well, or are they available to everyone?
So the question is for training grants, $2,000 per recipient. The training grants should be included in another project, and it is an eligible expense as part of another project. You can't just submit an application for training only.
Or for anyone or just for distress?
For anyone.
Okay.
All right. Any questions on ARPA and other budgetary funds? These are all grant funds. I'm going to shift gears now and talk about our, here we go. I have one more thing I want to talk about. So this was a new thing in the last funding round, and we're going to continue it for this round. I think it's a really good idea, and that is to recognize projects that are servicing areas that may be considered at risk in communities that are not at risk when you look at community data. So this would be funding, and it's to do work to provide services, whether it's drinking water or wastewater services, to homes within your service area or adjacent to your service area that are not currently connected. And if you have such projects, that project would be eligible for the at-risk fund. So that's that $42.5 million, regardless of if you're distressed or at risk or other. That project becomes eligible for the at-risk funds. Yes. This has to be for new connections. For the existing connections, you can get rehab and replacement points for that, but it would be for whatever your community is designated. To be eligible for these types of projects, to be eligible for the at-risk funds, 75%. I think it's supposed to be construction costs. Construction costs are to connect the existing disadvantaged or underserved areas. The funds must be used to pay for the connection. You can do connection fees, development fees if they're there. The idea, what we've seen is a lot of times these projects don't happen because of the connection fees. And we're trying to reduce that burden from the homeowner and get these valuable services provided. Yes.
Sorry to play for this. On the underserved or disadvantaged, we must use whether they are distressed pertaining to the local government commission or are we able to then transition to say HUD's designation of low and moderate income?
Right. So I'll get into that later, but we've got it's set up where we recognize that the data is not necessarily easily available. Data is available at a community level, but doesn't get down into that home-to-home level of detail. And we really didn't want to burden our applicants in going door to door and trying to collect all that data. So we've set it up a little loosely, but to give you an opportunity to in the narrative, to explain why those homes, why that area is distressed. And we point to the things that we already look for in determining affordability. So that's, again, it's all laid out in the guidance. We've also called out a DEQ tool, this is the mapping tool that's shown on the slide, for potentially underserved areas. And it's a really easy tool to use. You can zoom right into the street level. If the area is that you're trying to connect to is in a purple shaded area, you're good. That's all the documentation that you need to provide. If your area isn't in that area, that's when you can fall back on the narrative and look at the affordability criteria that's in the guidance and tell that story of why it's important that we're providing service to those homes.
Is there any opportunity to use a portion of those funds to help cover bill for the households after they're connected? So the first 5 years of water.
There is not. Oh, the question is whether or not these funds can be used to help support monthly bills, at least for a temporary time after the connection is made, and you cannot use it for that.
John, inside of that purple area that you mentioned in the mapping, is there a percentage that has to meet disadvantaged, or is it like one person?
No, so it's 75% of the project cost to provide those connections. Construction costs. Thank you, Kavitha.
Thank you.
Yep. And there's some line items, priority items that get into this too, where we tried to lift up those projects and get them additional priority. It's the same documentation types of things that we're looking for, and that's when we'll get into this in a little bit more detail.
John, still have a study plan question left over.
Okay.
So the question is, since we have a lot of study grant money left over, would successful applicants from the previous round, that's the spring 2022 round, will be considered for more money. So if we have like extra money left over, would you go back and give it, or they just go back?
So I believe we funded all of the projects in the spring to the maximum amount that we could. Either the $400,000 community level. So if there are some particular examples where you don't feel like your project was completely funded, please contact us. And yes, we could reconsider that, but I don't think there are any.
So John, can I ask a question, and maybe this will help clarify? So say, for example, if, I think the question might pertain to if someone had applied for $150,000 from the SRP, are they still eligible up to that $400,000? So they could come back in for another study grant application to hit that ceiling?
Okay, so
I think that may be what they're getting at.
hopefully everybody heard that. So yes, the total limit is $400,000. So if you received an award in the spring of less than 400,000, and you want to either expand that study grant or request funding for an additional study grant, you can do that, and it would be considered for funding. If it's a project that we previously funded, you will need to, and we funded it to the amount that you requested. You want more money now, that would be a new application.
So John, the question really was like, if we still have leftover money after awarding new recipients this round, will they lose it? Means will we, thus North Carolina, lose all the study grant money? I think our answer is like, we will make it available for the next round, right? So one more round.
Yeah, we certainly could make it available for the next round. We have to be really careful that we are set up to spend the money by 2026. Although for study grants, those should be able to go faster than a construction project. So yes, we could make it available for future rounds. All right, now I'm going to shift gears to the state revolving funds. I'm getting a little bit behind. So state revolving funds are loan programs. There is a portion of the funds that are considered principal forgiveness, which are grant-like, and I'll get into that a little bit later. These funds are broken into two pots of money, one called the Clean Water State Revolving Fund for wastewater projects, and the other Drinking Water State Revolving Fund for drinking water projects. As I mentioned, it's a low-interest loan program. Our rates are set at 1/2 the market rate, which the last time we checked would give a 1.13% interest rate on our projects. Fantastic interest rate. It's only going up. We set the rate based on the lower of two times: application due date, and then when you close on your loan. So on September 30th, whatever year it is, 2022, you'll know at least what the highest interest rate would be on that loan, whatever it is on September 30th, 20-year bond index divided by 2. And it should be good because it's only going to go up from there. Those, you can get reduced interest rates, even lower than that, based on your affordability calculator. That's in a couple more slides. I'll get to that in a minute. The base term of these loans is 20 years. You can potentially get a loan for longer than that. You have to be eligible for a targeted interest rate, which means you have to get project purpose points, and you may not know what that means yet. But as part of our application, category 1, project purpose, you have to get project purpose. And your affordability calculator has to show you're eligible for this targeted interest rate. The other part of that is you have to demonstrate that your project life exceeds the terms of the loan. So if you're replacing all your SCADA equipment, and that's only going to last 10 years, we can't give you a 30-year loan. But if it's to do pipe replacement, that should last more than 30 years, and we can do a 30-year loan. All debt must be approved by the local government commission. So if you haven't got your audits in recently, make sure that you do, so that they will approve any debt that you would like to take on for these projects. Or if you're uncertain if you would even get approved for that debt, work early with the local government commission so they know that you're seeking funding and that you'll be able to they'll be able to approve that loan if it's awarded. Okay, what's available? These are approximates, and these are approximates because between now and February, when the awards are made, we're continually getting repayments, projects are closing out, more funds become available. It shouldn't be any less than this. It should be more than this. So approximately $85 million of loan money available for clean water SRF and an additional $50 million available for drinking water projects. Not a lot of principal forgiveness is available as part of these funds, about $2 to $2.5 million for each program. There's a lot more principal forgiveness with the bipartisan infrastructure law funds, and that's coming up in two or three slides. The maximum loan amounts for SRF loans is $35 million for wastewater projects, $25 million for drinking water projects. We can exceed that if funds are available. Looking at what we had in the previous round, it's unlikely that there'll be funds available, but it has happened in the past. Community Development Block Infrastructure Program, $20 million is available this year. There's a $2 million cap per applicant every 3 years. So if you're not sure if you're eligible for those still, talk to Colleen. You'll meet Colleen in a little bit. Okay, partisan infrastructure law or funds. These were additional funds that the federal government awarded or made available last November. And it's funding for the next 5 years. And those funds were divided into 3 different pots. There's supplemental SRF funds, both for clean water and drinking water. That's what we have available in the fall. There's also a pot of money to support lead service line removal for drinking water systems. We have not applied for those funds, and those funds are not available this fall. We plan on making those available next spring. We really need to do some front end work to find out where the lead service lines are so that we can get a good applicant pool and get people working on getting those service lines replaced. So between now and then, we're going to be working on getting funds available to doing inventories and identifying where those projects need to happen. There's another pot of money for emerging contaminants. And similarly, we didn't apply for those yet. We should be having those available in the spring or fall of next year. And we're in the process of helping, well, we want to do some water quality sampling, helping identify needs, helping prioritize where we want to use those funds for the best use. There's a lot of potential projects to help with emerging contaminants and not a lot of money. So that prioritization step is going to be really important. So what do we have? What do we have available? Sure.
You said it's supplementing SRF money, right?
Correct.
The previous slide showed the numbers for SRF money. Are these on top of the 85 and 50?
Correct. These are on top of the 85 and 50.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so for supplemental clean water SRF money through the bipartisan infrastructure law, another $16.7 million of loan money, of which about 7.8 million will be principal forgiveness, which means you don't have to pay it back. It's like a grant, but we can't call it a grant. Wonderful. So that's about almost $10 million of principal forgiveness available this round for clean water when you combine the bill funds and the regular SRF funds. For drinking water, it's an additional 21.8 million total loan, of which 13.5 would be forgivable as principal forgiveness. So that's about $16 million principal forgiveness available. Also wonderful. So that's about 50% of what this fiscal year's bill funds are available. So we should have the same amount available. Let's see, I'm losing track of time. Next spring, and then should get the next years, so another 4 years after this of about the same level of funding. Actually goes up a little bit, and the state matches increase, so it should go up. Bill funds are not. I talked about that already. I wish I had more information to go with this slide, but it's something you all need to know about. Federal law. Same time as the bipartisan infrastructure law, Build America, Buy America Act. It's those of you familiar with American Iron and Steel. It's American Iron and Steel plus stuff. Actually, American Iron and Steel still is in existence. You have to meet both, although there's some overlap. All iron and steel must be produced in the United States for these projects. All manufacturing projects are produced in the United States for these projects. All construction materials are manufactured in the United States for these projects. EPA has been working on guidance for quite some time. They've backpedaled on that, and there's going to be guidance coming through Office of Budget.
Office of Management and Budget.
Office of Management and Budget on the federal level to help us navigate what BABA means and what it means for y'all when you get the funds. EPA is also working on a number of different waivers through Department of Treasury to help support our projects. There's a waiver moving on the minimus amount of costs, 5% of the construction costs wouldn't have to meet BABA just for some of the small stuff. Can't remember what the other ones are, but that's going to be ongoing, and we really will be paying attention to those waivers and supporting ones we think are good, and I won't say anything about the ones that aren't really that helpful. It's going to impact your costs of your projects, and it potentially is going to impact the cost of your projects by a lot, both by delaying, materials aren't available, so it's going to delay your ability to get these materials, and it's going to be scarcity of those materials, so the cost is going to go up. Please be planning for that and make best estimates, best guess you can on your budget as part of your application. Amy, you have a question?
What if this impacts your 2026 deadline?
The question is, what if this, well, this will impact our 2026 deadlines. We'll work with you as best we can to get projects to that date, get them done. We can't control the 2026 date. What we can do is continually share information to EPA and to Treasury on how these projects are doing, and to see if they'll extend that deadline. It would take an act of Congress to do that. We have till 2026 to work through that. Right. It's a big worry for sure. I think thinking about your projects and which types of projects are most likely to succeed is important, both from a materials perspective and from a permitting perspective. If you're trying to put in a new NPDES wastewater treatment facility and haven't started yet, you're not going to get it done in time to do the necessary modeling, to get a new permit, then to do design and build and construction. You really needed to have started before now to get something like that done, unless you have a miracle. Also, the size of the project. If you know materials are going to be hard to get, be thinking about that. Can you scale back? Can you do multiple smaller projects? Make sure you get them done. It's going to be a challenge.
Does the BABA requirement apply to ARPA funded projects?
Great, thank you for asking that question. No, BABA does not apply to ARPA. However, if your ARPA project runs out of money or comes in over budget and you need additional funds, and then you try to get SRF funds or other federal funds, BABA may impact the entire project. So it may be better to get funds from another source if that's your situation.
There's a question in chat.
John.
Okay.
So the question is, are there any other requirement needed? Like, for example, paperwork, record keeping, wage rate interviews, Davis-Bacon, Iran in divestments, and CE, etc. So other requirements.
So it's ARPA fund. Anybody that received ARPA funds will be expected to meet ARPA requirements. The reporting requirements for the funds, the division is trying to take on that burden as much as we can. So that we'll be doing monthly reporting, quarterly reporting on behalf of the subrecipients for those projects. We may ask you a lot of really weird questions when we're working through the award, so that we're set up to report what we need to report on a regular basis for those projects. But we're trying to minimize that impact on the recipients. You still have to do all your reporting for your local fiscal recovery funds through NC Pro that you're already doing. We'll likely be asking all of the same questions until we get it set up. But as far as tracking where your project is, how much you've spent, how much has been awarded. We're gonna do all that and report it for you.
That's what she was saying.
Oh, federal reporting, other reporting requirements. NEPA is not required for ARPA funds. There is a Davis-Bacon-like requirement as if your project is over $10 million to show that you're paying equivalent wages or considering wage rates, but it's not a direct requirement. Maybe the easiest thing to do. Other than that, I can't think of anything else. Yes.
So no construction project requires the NEPA full environmental review. Is that correct?
Well, so the SEPA still applies. So if your project would trigger SEPA, you would have to do that. Otherwise, no. Yep. All right. I'm going way over time. So I'll skip this slide. You submit your application and we give you the best funds that are available. We'll give you the highest scoring projects get the best money. So we'll get the grant money first, then principal forgiveness, then mixtures of grants and loans, and then loans. I always laugh that loans is last on the list because the SRF loan is a fantastic program and really good interest rates. All right. This is the principal forgiveness slide. I'm going to go fast here. Your principal forgiveness amounts come up when you do the affordability calculator, and it's based on some local government unit indicator data that we use, your rates, operating ratios, a number of different things, and you'll be eligible for 0%, 25%, 50, 75, or 100% principal forgiveness based on that calculation. We do limit it for state revolving fund principal forgiveness to $500,000. If we have funds available, we'll go up to your percentage. If there's still funds available, we can award more. That's probably not going to happen, so I don't even need to explain it. Your affordability calculator also lets you know if you're eligible for reduced interest rates on your loan. If you're eligible for 25 or 50% principal forgiveness, you'll get a 1% interest rate reduction. So that'd be 0.13%, fabulous rate. And if it's 75 or 100% eligibility, you get a 0% interest rate. And that's regardless if you actually receive that principal forgiveness or grant money or not, you'll get that low interest loan. Those percentages do not apply to ARPA. If you are eligible for those ARPA funds, you will be funded up to the limit, that $15 million, $400,000 limit. Those percentages are only for state revolving and our other SRP money. All right. And those of you that are trying to get a green project funded, there's a 1% interest rate reduction for green projects, regardless of what your affordability stuff comes out with. I'm going to save that one for last. I want to talk a little bit about the LASI program and those funds to help support stormwater utilities. Those funds are available for both construction projects and planning grants. The slide shows what types of projects are eligible. The most interesting one to me is that development and implementation of a new stormwater utility will come out of the construction pot. There's more money there, so you have a better opportunity to get funding if you're trying to develop and implement a new utility. Otherwise, the construction stuff is construction stuff and planning is planning. It makes sense. So what's available? Approximately $82 million. It's split by statute by a percentage, so about 57.5 for construction projects, about 24.5 for planning grants, planning activities. We'll see what we get as far as applications. We may split this funds over 2 rounds. Those certainly construction projects, we want to get those going as quickly as we can so that they can meet the 2026 deadline. Some limits, $5 million for construction grants, unless you're working with somebody else, and then you can get $75 million for that project. For planning grants, $400,000 limit, just like all the other study grants per applicant per cycle. and up to 500,000 if you're working with another local government unit. Yes. Yeah, so the question is, can you get both a ARPA planning grant that I talked about earlier and a stormwater planning grant? Yes, you may. Those are different pots of money and have different limits. Similarly, if you already have $15 million of ARPA funds and you're a distressed community, you can still get a stormwater grant up to $5 million or 7.5 if you're working with somebody else. One other thing to point out on these stormwater grants is if you are trying to set up a new utility, you are limited to the amount of money you can get. If you score 0, 1, or 2 local government unit indicators, you're eligible for $400,000 grant to set up the utility. If you have 3, 4, or 5 LGU indicators, you can get 500,000. And Tony's going to explain all that later, so I'm not ready to answer your questions. Did that. Oh man, sorry. The wrong button. So who is eligible for the stormwater funds? Cities, counties, and then councils of government, nonprofit entities partnering with the cities, counties would be eligible. As part of the application process, you have to document stormwater quality or quantity issues to be resolved, and you must demonstrate a significant hardship raising revenue to finance stormwater management activities. Those are both statutory requirements, and Tony will talk about them when he gets to that later this afternoon. I wanted to end with this. This is the schedule through 2026. The red square in the bottom right-hand corner is when all of the ARPA funds need to be expended. The green is kind of where we are now. The early 2022 first 2 green squares are the spring round. There's a fall 2022 funding round. That's what we're getting ready to do. The end of summer of 2022, and then winter of 2023, that's February, is when those funds will be awarded and those projects can get going. The little orange dot is when funds need to be obligated by. We got that covered. Typical construction project takes a year or 2 to get to construction. 2 years is pretty normal. Another year to construct, that's 3 years. That doesn't give us much extra time to get these projects built. So we've really got to get started on these projects as quickly as you can. And you need to be picking smart projects that can be constructed in time. And that's where I'm.
Question fine.
Yes.
Do we have to submit separately for construction and planning, or just check both boxes on the application if it's the same project? So if it's the same project, construction and pre-construction planning, we use the same priority sheet to score those projects. So the question is whether they need to do 2 different applications or just like make it clear. That's a really good question.
2 separate applications.
And we'll
That's-
talk about those, and I'm getting ready to start on that. So.
It'll be easy.
Okay, so we are at application package completion. For those of you who are veterans, thank you for being here because you know that we change our applications. It seems like every cycle, nothing stays static. For those of you who are new, please remember that the division application, or please know that it's just more than one application form. It's all of the package, and it's essentially from the beginning, the division application down through everything you see here. I'm going to talk from the first bullet down through rate sheets. And then, like I said, please do set the LASI eligibility form aside for this afternoon. That's for stormwater. And then we'll have everyone kind of setting up, talking about our priority rating systems for our construction projects, for drinking water, wastewater, our planning grants, and then our stormwater programs. Oops, that's right. I don't have a clicker because it doesn't like Jabros for some reason. Okay, the application itself, I'm going to come back to this slide right here in just a second. I want to skip ahead to this one and to the next one. For the division application package itself, I saw this question actually fly up across the screen. I just happened to look up the screen when it was coming through about reconsiderations. If you had a project that came through and we did not fund it, and unfortunately we had so much demand, it was like overall $3 billion of project demand. We obviously could not fund all of that and have monies left over for this round. So there were applications that were not funded. If you just wish to leave it as it is, like you say, I don't want to make any changes, I think I've scored as many points as I can possibly get, then we will by statute automatically reconsider it for this fall. But if you are like, okay, I know that I missed some documentation and I've got docked points and I want to go back and improve my application, you are more than welcome to do it. Please just submit a completely new application, because we tried years ago when we first started this to allow additional information, just bits and pieces, and that turned out to be a disaster. So we're like, if you want to go back, change your applications, just submit a new one. Now, there is a caveat. If you have a resolution, and we'll talk about resolutions in a little bit, and financial information form and fund transfer certification, you can leave those as they are. You don't need to go back and get new resolutions. Just be sure that the project was eligible and that the scope's not changed. So, so that's essentially what we do with reconsiderations. Another thing that we do ask now and we do use is that we look at each application as standalone. So for example, we had towns or local governments submit like 5 applications came in. And if application A, for some reason, did not have their financial information form in there, we do not have time to go look through applications B through E to find that financial information form. So we would call financial or application A ineligible, incomplete, because it did not have the financial form. So to that note, please, as you are preparing your projects, especially if you have multiples coming in, I suggest an internal QA/QC checklist for each project. That way you know, okay, this application needs this, that application needs that. Big thing to make sure is that all signatures are present. This is going to be especially important because we're taking electronic submittal. Make sure all the signatures on all of your forms are there before you scan, because we'll be talking about that in a little bit, why that's important. Make sure you have all of your forms. These are good items that you see here on the bullets to put into your QA/QC checklist. Other things you want to make sure to put in there are things that we'll talk about at the end of the application form itself that you need to have, like your PE seals. And then also, of course, make sure that you have all of any score sheets you need, your narratives, and your supporting documentations. And again, as you're going through and preparing this, because we're doing electronic submittals, save all of these as separate files, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. All right, I'm going to go ahead and bump back to this particular one. If you are going into your handout package, those of you who are in person, those of you who are online, this is the common application form on our website. And it's a document that has instructions up front, like 6 or 7 pages of instructions, and then the form. So I'd say for now, skip the instructions and pull up the form if you're in person, and do the same thing if you're online. As folks do that, what kind of questions do we have rolling across?
Yeah, we have digital signature. Is digital signature okay?
We will get into that. So hold that question for about 5 minutes and we'll talk about that.
And one more question is, will the application be rescored? The previous unsuccessful application be
yes.
rescored based on the new guidance?
Great question. So the question was, if you had an application, I assume that this means if we're just leaving it as is, we're reconsidering it, no one's turning in a new application. If that's the case and we're doing an automatic reconsideration, we will crosswalk what we can with what we have into the new priority rating system score sheet. Now, if you think that you can claim additional points based on our new line items that we'll be talking about, I strongly suggest you just submit a new application. Like, say, for example, you had something related to disadvantaged areas that you think you have the documentation in the old one, but you're not sure, go ahead and write it up in the new line item so that we can actually look at it and make sure you have all the documentation. And so a lot of times when you're submitting a new application that might have been one that wasn't funded, it may not be as much work as you think, because maybe you're just adding in a couple of line items. or making some slight modifications. So just be aware of that. All right, so for this application form, we did revise it. So if you're a veteran of this process and you have like 6 versions of this application on your computer, first thing to do, delete all of the old versions. I cannot tell you that how many times we get in at least a few applications that come in on the old form. And if there is ever a time that you need the latest and greatest, it is this time. You look for the updated July 2022. Because we just updated it about a few weeks ago. And again, John alluded to this, but we do try to tailor funding to give you the best funding we can. And one application for all programs enables that. Please make sure as you're filling out this form that you complete all of the sections and read the instructions. That seems so basic and elementary, but it's really crucial, especially this round, because we have added some information that may pertain to being able to claim points. So please do that. Probably even before you start filling it out, just read those directions as you go through. So I'm going to go ahead and skip across a couple of slides. Section 1, this relates to what we call general information. A couple of changes we made. We added in the council of government and nonprofits who can partner with folks for Lassie stormwater, so be aware of that. We also have changed the old DUNS number. Is now called the unique identifier number. And you still go to sam.gov to get it. They've just changed what it is. Also, EPA is now asking us to track, if you are doing a wastewater project and you have an NPDES number, and go ahead and add that. If you don't have one, no sweat. But if you do have one because you have a wastewater treatment plant, just add it in. And then a couple of other things for the amount funding request and project costs. We put the amount funding requested in bold box because we really need this number. And fortunately, last round out of the, I don't know how many hundreds I personally checked in, but only one person didn't put it in there. Please make sure that number makes it in there. Make sure the project cost makes it in there, because we do use that as well for reporting out to the authority, and it also feeds into some other information that we look at. And we do relate the project cost over to the budget as well as the funding requested. So make sure those numbers match as well. It's really, I know this seems so basic, but it is easy when you're getting in a hurry and you're submitting 10 applications. We had people come in here with 20 sometimes to start getting in a hurry and miss those. So maybe that's something you want to put on your QA/QC checklist. All right, section 1 here as well. We added in anything related to stormwater as far as planning grant. Just tell us what kind of funding you're applying for. On the construction side, we added in the Lassie stormwater. And then also we added back in CDBGI because we're asking for it, or we're providing those funds again this fall. If you're going to CDBGI route, provide us with information related to how you determine your low to moderate income percentage and what that percentage is. That is an eligibility requirement. Colleen will touch on that later today. All right, this is kind of a set of questions that are very critical. The first one, question 1, check yes, because all of us are going to be accepting federal conditions because the grant, the funding is either coming from ARPA, CDBGI, or the SRFs. So everyone's going to have to accept federal conditions if you want our money. If you check no, we're going to have to bypass and skip. So please check yes, regardless of what you're thinking. We need to have you accept federal conditions, and those of course vary depending on which program we fund you from. Question 2 is tricky. What you're telling us with this question is, this is the minimum amount of grant money I have to move forward with my project. So say for example, I have a $1 million project, I have to have $1 million to be in grant to make this project go. And this is very common. And we'll take all of our projects, we'll score them, we'll review them, we start ranking them out, we're going down our list, we're starting to run out of funding, and we get to that funding line and we have, say, $700,000 left. Well, if you told us with question 2, I have to have $1 million to make this project go, and we come to you, you're on that funding line, we wind up having to skip you because we don't have $1 million in grant left at that point. So my suggestion is really think about it, go back to your clients or go to your staff if you're a local government, talk through with your council board, your clients, et cetera, what amount of grant money do we really have to have? So say, for example, you do that and there's like, well, we really only need to have $300,000 to make this project move forward. So then you've got your $1 million project. You say you have to have $300,000. We're going down our funding list to that funding line. We're running out of grant funding. We have $700,000 available. And you say, I only have to have 300,000. We'll be like, we can give you that 700,000. Yes, Bashar.
The amount requested higher than this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that does not mean that we're going to only give you that 300,000. We will give you the maximum amount of grant you request if we can. This is just giving us guidance to where if we have limited grant funds by that point, what can you really take? And I can tell you that we have had people, a lot of people actually, who said, I've got to have the full amount of the project as grants. And then we got down to that point and we had to skip. So it's a strategic decision. So think about it as you're moving forward, and that will allow us to have some guidance as we're doing that. The third question is, if you have an existing state revolving fund loan or state reserve loan with us, and you're in the planning stages, so in other words, you haven't gotten to the point where you're getting disbursements from us, like you're doing your engineering report, your plans and specs, and you have this opportunity to do what we call a loan swap. So we welcome it. So what you would do is check the box next to number 3, tell us the amount of loan that you were awarded, what the project name was, and what the project number is. And then as we're ranking, we're scoring, and we're seeing that you want to swap out your loan for an ARPA grant, we'll do that. So that's just an opportunity. I can't remember how many we had last round, probably a handful who got fund swaps. The trick is you've got to make sure that you're in the planning stages. You haven't started receiving disbursements from us related to that loan. All right. Let me do section 2 and then we'll pause for questions. Section 2, for those of you who are veterans, has not changed. This is where you tell us a little bit more about your water or your sewer system, like the number of residential and non-residential connections, your bill for 5,000 gallons. Please, even if you're just doing like a wastewater project, tell us both of your combined system bills if you got it. So like my water bill is this, my sewer bill is this, because we use that in the affordability calculations and also in category 4. So go ahead and provide us with that information. If you have questions about it, give us a call. Tell us for the past 5 years, hold on just a second. Past 5 years, what your bill collection percentage is and your rate increases are. We do use that information and the authority likes to see it. Yes. Kimberly.
I always struggle with this section, and
Uh-huh.
I probably should have asked this about 10 years ago. Right now, because we have bulk connections and we do this equivalent user
Right.
calculation for the affordability, I'm putting both of those numbers up here on the front for you
Uh-huh.
guys, because I'm not sure which one you want.
Okay.
Our actual customers or equivalent ones?
Right. So we do have a bulk connection guidance. We stopped talking about it a long time ago. My suggestion is check that out. It's a 1-pager under the additional resources tab. And if you have questions after that, contact our staff and we'll help you walk you through it. I would go ahead and give us the bulk connections. That's what I would do.
Putting both right
You can put both if you want. That's fine. You can say, I have, these are my non-bulk and these are my bulk. You can do that. That's fine.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So any chat questions coming across the line?
Yeah, one question is whether the municipality should indicate all the pots of money that they're interested in that, or we will give the best for project type.
Yeah, we will give the best funding fit. So for example, if you're after a wastewater project, and sorry if I'm heavy on the wastewater examples, that's the side of life I came up on with the state. But say if you're a wastewater project and we can give you an ARPA grant, we will. Like John kind of flew by that, but ARPA grants are best. And then if we can give you 100% principal forgiveness, we will. Or then we go on down the line, CDBGI grant, if you're applying for their program, We'll give you those. And what we're trying to do is we're working up from 100% grant, minimal conditions to 100% grant, lots of federal conditions. And then we'll do mixes of principal forgiveness and loan from the SRF program all the way down to the SRF loan. Great question. Yes.
Follow up on that. Applying for drinking water and CDBG.
Yep.
Guidance is different for CDBG.
Right.
So should they apply separately for CDBG?
My suggestion is, yes, Colleen is nodding, making sure that you have all of the, because CDBGI has a lot more programmatic requirements that have to come in with the application. There's a separate score sheet. So we need to see that as well. So my suggestion would be 2 separate applications is what Colleen would like to see. It just makes our life easier. We have had some people bring in joint applications, but it can also cause a little bit of a ruckus as far as there's some things missing that CDBGI needs. So the best way I would see it is have 2 separate applications for those programs. And maybe you can make a note in like the transmittal memo or something that we are also applying for this other program.
Last round, we did receive a drinking water SRF, the application with a CDBGI priority point sheet with it. And it was eligible, but it didn't score well at all because some of our, the point system, they are really different. So it didn't score well at all, but we did consider them as it was an eligible project. They just submitted CDBGI priority sheet.
Okay. Yes, sir.
It's the first time we've got nonprofit water corporations as a, I don't think, when I was going through the eligibility or the spreadsheet, I don't think they're listed.
Yeah, they are. That's only for Lassie stormwater.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. So like if you're a nonprofit and you're working with a city or a municipality or county, then you can apply for the funds.
Okay, so nonprofit water corporations are still not eligible necessarily for.
I think, well, let me take that back. Let me go back and look at section 1 real quick before I say. Yeah, so for the, sorry, I'm going back too far. For section 1, here we go. I split it up into 3. Nonprofit water corporations themselves, yes, they've always been eligible for drinking water projects. It's the nonprofit, pure nonprofit I'm thinking of, is only eligible for working with a stormwater entity.
Corporation can select them on the spreadsheet for the scoring spreadsheet that you have online.
For LMI?
Yep.
I'm not sure about that. Like if you're thinking LGU indicators, that you work in the county, you take the county numbers you're working with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, we had profit, non-profit and for-profit water corporations that is eligible for drinking water fund only. But with our current guidance, they do not score well on that category 4 because of all that. It's like we really, ask for the LGU indicator type data, and then the water corporations are not really set up to like serve that one single county or one single city. So they usually do not score well on that criteria. But if we have enough funding, we have funded those type of projects.
Yep.
And they're eligible.
Okay. So sections 3 through 5, this is contact information. I'm not going to belabor this. The only thing I will say on section 5, you may have your engineer already selected, and if it's different from the application preparer, even if the person's different, check yes and put all the information in. If it's not, just check no. If you don't have your engineer procured yet, that's perfectly okay. Check no and move on. Yes, ma'am.
For the minimum amount of funding box, does your scope have to remain the same, or can the project scope be reduced? I think the answer is it has to remain the same. But, when you are doing the project at a later stage, and if you feel that you cannot afford to do the entire project, you can always reduce it after the fact, after we give you the funding.
What Kavita said, perfect answer. Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
So this is an unexpected comment to put out there, but so yeah. So I work in Ken's work unit now, but I used to work in Mark Hubbard's unit, and Anyway, this comment is particularly germane to the slide that's up on the screen. That work unit does a lot of, after, applications have been scored and that's sort of getting to the bidding and stuff, does a lot of correspondence, et cetera, dealing with the reimbursement requests. And so this is all about who your authorized representative is, the person that for your entity that is listed on this form. This was even a little bit problematic before COVID, but COVID really exposed a lot of weaknesses in the system. But ideally, you're pretty much only supposed to have one authorized representative per project, per owner, per applicant, per entity. And this has been kind of problematic for different reasons. And usually it's a mayor or a town manager or that sort of person. But anyway, without belittling, you can ask me questions later, but please think carefully about the individual to whom you wish to assign this responsibility, because while it's not difficult, you can only really have one the whole time of the project, unless that person retires or resigns and the duties get assigned to the successor. But I highly recommend that if you have a public works director or a city engineer on your staff, that the person that's most intimately familiar with the details of the project, and as long as they legally have signature authority for your entity to, and sign promissory notes and that sort of thing, those persons have generally shown to be logistically better than mayors or town managers, just because they have more hands-on information about the project. So anyway, if I'm just speaking Greek, ignore me. If you want to know a little bit more, ask me later. Thank you.
Yep, and that is Doug Newhouse, by the way. He came in, slipped in under the wire. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move on. I really want to try to get through this in just about 5 to 10 more minutes so that we can get caught back up. But section 6 is our project description. Do read especially the instructions related to this, because there are some things you may need to put for other line items in your narrative that you'll need to have in your description as well as your narrative. But especially, this is where we talk about what the project is. We check this against the budget. We just hit the highlights. So make sure that you hit the highlights in your project. And you can see there's a little line below that. It's for if you're adding new connections, please tell us the number of new connections you are adding. One of the things that the authority, and be aware of this with your projects too, the authority is very interested in knowing if you're adding new connections, what the project cost per connection is. They have actually intimated it here and there that, okay, this is really high. Why is this so high? So be thinking about that in your projects, that, your connections, et cetera. So we do need to have that number. If you're not adding any new connections, like you're doing a straight rehab, that's fine. You can either put 0 or leave it blank, that's fine. The other boxes down here are for those who have received previous asset inventory and assessment awards or merger regionalization awards. And remember, these are now mature programs. They're about 6 years old now. And we have people who are now coming back in either with another study grant to take their asset inventory work to completion, or maybe what they're doing is they're bringing in construction projects that are coming off of the CIP that they developed. And if that's the case, let us know. This is a result of this AIA application, because they're starting to ask us, do you have records of things that are coming off of these grants that we awarded, 4, 5, 6 years ago? They want to know that those grants are actually being used and they're being put out, they're being implemented, rather than just sitting in a binder as someone's doorstop in their office. So this is really important. They want to see that these are studies that are in action now. Okay, section 7 is for information that doesn't quite fit the priority rating system. There's a one sheet that I put in your packets. It's also online, like everything else that we have in the packets. It's for situations that may not fit the priority rating system. My example I like to give is if it's June 30th or July 1, you just wrapped up your previous local government fiscal year. You're into the brand new fiscal year. July 15th, your one industry in your town walks in and says, we're closing down by the end of July. And you're like, great, that's going to mean a 50% cut in my water revenues. So that's going to throw us into hard times economically as a town. But it's not going to show up until the following year after you finish that brand new fiscal year. So this would be a situation maybe where you would want to talk about that some. A couple of keys: don't do a 50-page treatise on my situation or include newspaper articles, etc. Keep it to the box that you see on the screen. Don't use 6-point type, please. Our eyes aren't that good. That's very, very, very important. Please don't make it a thesis on why my project should be funded, because that's not the purpose of this category. I have seen people do that. I have seen people literally copy and paste the project description and stick it in that box. That adds nothing. So please don't do that either. If you don't have anything to say, then most people don't, that's fine. Just put NA and move on. The authority does have the opportunity to look at that information, and if they want to take it into consideration, they can. It's maybe been done once in the past several years. Do note that if we are funding you under the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, this information cannot be used anyway, because by law, we have to go straight down the list. So, yes. No, they're not word limits on any of the narrative sections. What we're trying to avoid with this particular one is 10, 15 pages on just this one topic. It's just, so this is where you put your good writing skills to use. Nope, no, because we can fund ARPA drinking water grants. It's the only project program we cannot use this information is the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund.
Oh, okay.
So if we have a drinking water ARPA grant, oh yeah, absolutely. Or a state reserve grant in the end. So, okay, this is the budget. For those of you who are veterans, it's pretty standard. We did add some directions because we will talk about this in our priority rating systems for like some of the line items, like 1C1 for old infrastructure or disadvantaged areas. We ask that you break out the budget, and there's a reason for that. So you will see that later on down the road when we talk about priority rating systems. Now, if you were doing a construction project, essentially you will fill out everything from construction cost on all the way down to the bottom. If you are doing a pre-construction grant, you will fill out from engineering cost all the way down to the bottom. So I want to make sure everyone's clear on that. Construction, you fill out everything. Pre-construction, you start at engineering cost and go down all the way to the bottom. Please, please, pretty please, cream and sugar on top, put your PE seal there. We had, I don't know how many applications this past round we had that didn't have that, but if it's not there for a construction or a pre-construction project, we cannot call your application complete. And I think we had to do that a few times this past round. So if there's one thing you put on your QA/QC checklist, that is it. Any questions about the budget anywhere? Okay, yes, ma'am.
For administration costs, can funding be used to fund like community engagement type work? Is that considered like a planning cost?
Like you're holding public meetings, et cetera?
Public meetings, probably more like actually getting out into the community. Actually, we want to engage a university group to help us with community engagement.
I would think so. I'll call on other staff in the room who are who look at these budgets more than I do.
We can talk offline if this is a unicorn, and that's fine. But it would be to get out into the community and figure out which households are interested in connecting to service.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, and obviously, as y'all are putting together your projects and questions like this, maybe you hadn't thought about it today and they come up, give us a call. We'll be glad to help you out always. So, but yeah, so the big takeaway is construction projects, do it all, pre-construction, engineering costs downward, PE seal. So if you think about 3 things you want to remember for this section, those are the 3. Planning grants, if you have a drinking water or wastewater project, this is the budget for you, it's 8B. We do not need to have a PE seal on this. What you want to do is just kind of hit the highlights so that we know, again, you know, think about your project description. We'd like to see that. And for an aside for project descriptions for planning grants, it's good just to have something in there. Historically, some people have left that blank. I like to have it in there because it helps us when we do our narrative review. But for planning grants for water and sewer, this is what you want to do. If you're a Lassie stormwater, The top portion on 8C relates to you for planning grants. And the bottom portion is for if you are forming a utility. So no PE seal needed for this either, but I wanted y'all to make sure. So if you take away one thing from this section 8, planning grants, no seal, construction, pre-construction seal. So just want to kind of familiarize y'all with that. Certifications were at the end of the application. There are 11 now. Just read them and initial them if they're applicable. If not, put NA and we're good to go. All right, this is a completeness checklist. This is like your last chance to make sure that you have everything that you need in your application package. It doesn't really show up here very well because you're far away, but there are little red asterisks. If you look at the pull downs when you download everything, there are red asterisks. We have to have those red asterisks to have a complete application. But this is something you can use and look at your internal QC checklist. I recommended maybe you add these on there. But that's to make sure as you're going through this, that you're getting everything you need to have for your application package. And it's also going to feed into, again, I said, save these as separate files. We're getting to that, so patience. Your signature, please make sure you have your signature by your authorized representative. That person will be listed in the resolution. I don't think we had any this past round. When we had a lot of applications come in, like 649. It was a lot of applications. I don't think anyone missed this, but make sure that it's done. There was a question that came up about wet signatures versus digital. Everything except for CDBGI digital is okay, I believe, from what I've heard, and I agree with that. I think CDBGI still has to have a wet signature. Now, when I say wet, you're like, well, we're not turning in a hard copy this time. That's right. Just make sure it's signed, and then you scan it, and then you send it in, and I'll talk about a little nuance related to CDBGI when I talk about the submitting. So I want to, before I move on, see if there are any questions on chat. Nope. Okay. All right, additional forms, and I'm going to kind of fly through these a little bit, but I do want to make sure we take time. This has not changed except for maybe a little formatting change for the financial information form. Again, if you had an application that did not get funded and you're taking it back and you're reworking it now for the fall, and your financial information has not changed, you do not need to resubmit it or redo it. You will need to resubmit it, but you will not have to have it redone by your finance officers. So make sure it's part of the package, but it doesn't have to be updated because there are no new numbers unless your finance officer and your auditors are on the ball, and within 6 weeks of the end of the fiscal year, all your finances have been audited and turned in. So I know things don't move that fast because you have until October. So we ask for 3 years of information, absolute values for expenditures. Look at transfers. When you have them, just list them. And please do not modify the form. We've had a few people here and there who have done that. Please don't. If you have something that's kind of wonky with your accounting systems, give us a call and we'll go through and see what we need to do to account for that. Fund transfer certification, we have modified this. So please make sure that I would suggest personally just doing a new form. You don't have to if your application wasn't funded in the spring. The reason why I suggest doing it is because we added a third box here, and that's relating to pilot. How many of y'all have heard of payment in lieu of taxes? Yep, got a few people. The LGC is really squishy about pilot. Essentially, some things that are pilot are eligible, some aren't. If you have a question about whether or not it fits this law that was created in 2014, contact the local government commission. We are not CPAs. We do not have the finance background to tell you yes or no. So I'd rather you talk with a rep at the LGC, local government commission. Big thing about this form, we had in this past round, a bunch of people turn in the form. They had their finance officer or authorized rep sign it, but they did not check a box. And I don't know if it's because people got in a hurry, they weren't reading things clearly or what, but you have to now check a box. If you sign the form, but you don't check one of those 3 boxes, it is not certified. So we will render it and call it ineligible. So please, please, please be aware of that. It has to be done. That's why I suggest if you're didn't get funded, go ahead and just redo this form and include it in the package that your authorized rep has to sign. So any questions about the financials? Yes. Yes. Question on chat? Sure.
Okay, so the first question is whether this Q&A will be available for reference once this training is over.
The question and answer?
Yeah, the chat.
We may have a transcript of it. I'm not sure what WebEx will kick out to us.
Okay, so the answer is not sure. We will check on that. And the second question is, would it be beneficial to reference items in an appendix? Like, for example, additional info like previous studies, pictures, etc. So I think what they mean is to like, in additional info to reference where it is in the narrative. So
Yeah,
I think
so-
it's always beneficial, right?
I think anytime you can reference, and we'll talk about that when we do the submittal portal in just a minute, anytime, and also later on in the priority rating system, I'll talk about it. Anytime you can say, like in your narrative you're going through and just say, and more information about this can be found on pages 5 through 8 in the supporting document file. That really helps us because remember I told you we got in 649 applications. So we had for this last round, maybe 6 weeks, maybe 5 weeks for all of our staff to review it, each application, not once, but twice, and also in a consensus review. So there are essentially 3 reviews that each application goes through. And anything you can do to make our job easier. And also think about, we're not placing page limits on narratives or supporting docs, but don't throw in a ton of extraneous stuff if it's not needed in the supporting documentation. Yes, I will talk about that in category 3 right after lunch about asset management, or category 3 out of asset management plans. We'll talk about that after lunch. But anything you can do to make our job easier with references.
Okay, so the next question is priority rating system for AIA application is not required for a complete application, question mark, because there is no red asterisk in the completeness checklist.
So we do not require a scorecard for asset inventory and assessment grants or merger regionalizations or the stormwater planning grants. We do ask for a narrative and supporting documentation because we'll score your application. For construction and pre-construction, we do require the scorecard.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the next question is, what is the NC water and sewer rate form called on the DWI website to download? Is it under the common forms?
Okay, so the water and sewer rate form that's a DWI form is a CDBGI only form. We do not require it for any other program. So I believe that's under this, is that under the CDBGI note tab? Okay, the water and sewer rate form is now only under the CDBGI tab. The only thing we want to have are rate sheets for any other program.
Okay, so for section 7, additional info for consideration, what you submit must fit that box on the form. There is guidance document about that particular section online. They're asking what we need to do.
Okay.
Whether there is any guidance on the section 7
Yes.
add info.
There is a one pager under common, it's either under additional, I think it's under additional resources it's called additional information, guidance for additional considerations or something like that. It is up online, and I think it's under the additional resources tab. That's where the additional information for section 7 is. Okay, so I guess it's under the guidance tab now. So anyway, and believe me when I say that 95% of the folks or 90% of the folks will not need this. It's there if you need it. If you don't have anything to say, just put NA, it's fine. So
I think that's it.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Well, I'm going to move forward now and hit, I don't know why this is not behaving. Go ahead and hit through resolutions. I think, have made your lives easier. I did put this in the hard copy packet. It's up online. We have made all the resolutions one document. The cover page looks like this. What you see online, you'll see blue hyperlinks. That will take you to whatever page in that document you need. And we have now for everyone, everyone only needs one resolution. So you can see the types of projects listed in the left-hand column. Click on the appropriate link in the right-hand column. So if you're doing any kind of construction project, pre-construction project, planning grant, etc., You will most likely click on the top hyperlink. That will take you to a project resolution. If you have a CDBGI project, they actually have their own project resolution with language that the program needs built into it. So if you're CDBGI, use that project resolution. If you are setting up a stormwater utility, go to the one on the bottom of the table here that you see. That will be the resolution that you use for stormwater utility setup. So what we did essentially, one project resolution. You've got your three options. Please make sure at least one of those is completed. There is, what you see in that document is a template. If you have your own resolution, feel free to take the language and adapt it into your template however you need to. We do not, if you're doing something for a distressed utility, require viability resolutions later on. If you're awarded funding from the Viable Utility Reserve, we'll take care of that later. Please, again, make sure we had this chat about authorized representatives. Please make sure that you have that person. And we have had a few, have 2 people listed. Please make sure that they are listed because we check that name against all of the other signatures we have in our packet. And then again, it's due at the time of application. We are now in the middle of August, which is kind of weird to think. So please make sure that when you're scheduling everything to go before your councils, your governing boards in September, that you know the lead time that you need to have to be on their agenda in September, because there's essentially only one shot to get this in. And finally, if you were not funded in the spring, you can use your resolutions from the spring. Make sure that your project was eligible and that the scope is not changed. So that's all we have on resolutions. Rate sheets, please. You can use it from last spring. Yeah. No. Because it's essentially, I guess it's because it's a recent project. It's got to fit that project. Rate sheets. Make sure that you include your rate sheets if you're doing a drinking water, wastewater project. The affordability calculator is something else we'd like to see. Are we up online with the water, wastewater affordability calculator? Okay. Yeah, so there's because there's macros in our affordability calculator, we have a little bit more difficulty getting it up online. It is online now. We've come to see that there have been changes in Microsoft security systems, security settings. If you're having problem enabling those macros, let us know. We can walk you through it. A lot of it has to be the trust center, and it can be complicated, but we can hopefully get you going on that. We are working to have a macro-free affordability calculator up, but we wanted to get it out there. So yeah, Shadi's got cross fingers in the back. So I don't know if we're going to have that one up in time for y'all to use it, but the one with macros is in there. It's really easy to use. If you have questions, give us a call. We'll help you through it. But essentially what you'll want to do is just hit print. It's one sheet. Put that in your package. If you have a disadvantaged underserved map, put it in there. Lastly, stormwater eligibility form, if you need it, put it in there. So application submittal. This is the new part. This is kind of the fun part. I'm getting a little bit more used to it. I am going to walk you through this. And I will hold questions if we can as we go through. Go ahead and ask them. And I can promise you, first thing I can say is, I think this is a really good thing. I say that, but I'm also have a little bit of trepidation because it is a new thing. But I think y'all as submitters, as people who are filling this out, will enjoy it. A couple of things, again, save each piece of your application package as a separate file and keep your file size limited to 250 megabytes. And when we start talking about uploads, I will explain why in just a minute and how that works. Okay, so what you'll do, and this link will be live toward the end of the month. If y'all are really jackrabbits out of the gate and you have an application done and ready to submit in a week, I will be proud of you because that's a huge effort. But what you'll want to do is go to this website, which is Oh, sure.
So the question is if it's the resolution is from last fall, which was considered in this spring
Yeah,
and they're trying to resubmit it, can they use that
no,
resolution?
no. Yes. Okay. We'll come back to that question. My leaning is probably no, but we need to check that. The reason why I'm saying that is it's getting to be a year old now, and we'll check on it. Yeah, we'll come back to that question. All right, so I'm going on this link. We'll see if it works. I should. I have internet access. And so this is what it looks like. When it goes live, this is what you see. I will blow it up a little bit. Can y'all see that okay on the screen? Okay, I know, not being at the back of the room, I want to make sure. So what you'll want to do is, and to give you kind of a background, when y'all submitted hard copies, this is stuff that we would actually go in and type into a login spreadsheet. So when we had last spring come, 649 applications, took 8 people 2 solid days of work to do this. So this is one way y'all can help us out. It should not take very long at all. And this is why I suggest completing everything and then doing it. And pretty much all the information you need will be on that application form, the 7-pager. So you can just go pull that open, just go right down the list. When I was doing logins, it took me maybe 5 minutes to do this. So really it does not take a long time. So first thing is choose your town. So say I'm going to say Aberdeen just because it's #1 on the alphabet. If you do not see your name or your town's name or your entity's name in this list, it's okay. It's not like, oh, I can't submit. Yes, you can submit. So what you'll do is if you don't see your name in there, just scroll all the way down to other, and enter name will pop up. And again, anytime you see a red asterisk, that's when you have to put something in there. So I'm going to say Town of Basenji. Now this is kind of something that's kind of cool. Pick your county. So I'm just going to pick a county. I know that Aberdeen's not in Caswell County, but Caswell's up front. If you happen to be a town or city that spans multiple counties, and it's surprising how many do in this state, then what you'll do is you'll go up here to multiple counties and you'll have a whole list appear. So then you just check which is applicable, like Alamance and Guilford are connecting. This is probably the first time I've done the demo where they connected. So you just check which county is applicable. And then type in your project name. So I'm going to call it the Whodunit Drinking Water Line Replacement. Tell us what kind of funding you're looking at. So here's a couple of examples. Like this would be a drinking water project. And then it's going to ask you for your priority score. If you're a CDBGI project, you'll have some other windows appear related to the LMI's information. So you'll have windows open up that you need for your particular program. And again, this is coming right from section 1 of your application form. So I'm going to go ahead and do drinking water project. So this is when you will go to your score sheet and you will say, okay, I'm claiming 65 points. Because again, remember, this is stuff that I would enter into this entry spreadsheet. Tell us a little bit more about like your project. Like, are you working at an at-risk? Are you at risk according to the affordability calculator? Are you working in designated disadvantaged areas? Are you designated as distressed? You just pick whatever is applicable, and this helps us gather information that the department needs, or we want to report to the authority, etc. And then you'll go down here and tell us your funding amount requested. Again, that's straight out of section 1. So I'm going to say $2 million. The minimum amount of grant or principal forgiveness you need to make the project go forward. So I'm going to say $500,000. That comes from that question 2 we talked about. What's your total project cost? So I'm going to say $2,250,000. That might be too many zeros. Nope, actually, yes, it is. 2 billion. Let's try that. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? So there we go. $2,250,000 is my total project cost. Am I adding any new connections? Well, I'm just doing a water line replacement, so no. Am I doing a swap? Now, if you were doing a swap, you'd check yes, and you'd have the windows appear. They're in question 3. So just put that information in, but I'm going to check no. This is brand new for me. Do I have any additional information? Now, my answer is no. Oh, yeah, PWSID. So this is from, I think it's the top section one of the boxes there. So if you're a drinking water system, go ahead and put that in. So who's preparing the whole application package? So I'm going to put someone's name. Who is the organization? I'll just put Acme Engineering. Who's preparing it? Now, if your engineering firm is different, you can put that name here. If it's not different, you just leave it blank. So who is actually submitting, like doing the typing in here? Who's doing this information submittal? So that would be me. And then my email address, and we actually have double verification of email. So I'm going to deliberately misspell my email here. And then what's going to happen is, say, please make sure your email correct. If it isn't, I'll try to go to sign in. You saw where it went red there. So I'll just close out of the box. It's red. It's not going to let you move on till you get your emails correct in both spots. So I'll just put the I in there. And then it's a signature for submittal. How many of y'all are experts at drawing your signature with your mouse? I had one guy yesterday who said he loves it. Shadi? Okay, well, Shadi is another expert who loves it, apparently. The rest of us, we're apparently not special enough to have that unique talent. So I'm going to go ahead and type in my name. And then it's going to appear. And by the way, an FYI, this is much more legible than my real signature. So you just hit sign. And then that's that. Your signature pops up there. And then what you do is you go to next. Now, one thing to keep in mind, this is not like you're signing your application. This is just you're signing to say I'm submitting. So completely different. Yes, sir, Bashar. Yeah. Yeah. It's just we need to know who is taking responsibility for submitting this application. So anyway, then you have application file uploads, and this is where yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With this, you don't have the ability to save, so you have to do it all at one time?
No, you do have the ability to save. Let's hold on to that
Okay.
question. I'll get to it in just a few minutes.
Okay, and the second question you may be getting to, is there a naming convention that we should use when we're uploading files that you would recommend?
No, because they should all be attached to the submittal. Now, my suggestion is if you're doing multiple applications, you have your own internal naming. Like I would probably do like Town A application, Town A financial information form, just to keep it straight in my mind, but it's whatever I'd say works for you. Yes, Shadi?
When you submit the application, it's going to send you an email that says project name, and whatever you put in that project name is what's going to be in your email. So one suggestion is to put in the name of the town or something, just so that you know. So exactly what Jen is saying, Town A's drinking water, water system improvements, something like that. Whatever is in the application form, that should really be the project name that you put in.
Yeah. So I'll show that to you when we do it as submit. I'll show you kind of what pops up. Okay, so what you'll do for uploading, and I'm just going to upload random files that I have on my desktop here. So like you test application. This is why I'm saying save all your files individually. Let me see, I'm just going to do one here. Just keep stuff in here. So you'll see as I'm uploading it, like everything goes blue. When it goes blue, that means it's actually on our servers here. And if you happen to you're uploading and you're like, oh, darn it, I uploaded the wrong file, don't sweat it. You can go to this X on the right. It'll ask you, do you really want to delete it? I'll say yes, because I put the score sheet where I should have put the resolution. Then I'll go back and I'll upload the resolution if I can find it. There it is. And then you'll upload your narrative. And then, other things that need to go in there. So I'm just doing random stuff now. Your affordability calculator, you'll put it up. And then, like your fund transfer, put it up. And you'll see as I'm uploading these, where it'll be black, then it'll go blue. It really will depend on your internet connection, how fast this happens. And then there you go. So whatever you need to put up, you'll have opportunities, and it'll change depending on what program you're applying for. So just be aware of that as well. Like CDBGI did an example. They have a lot more forms that have to be uploaded. So the file size for each of these uploads is 250, not for the whole package, for each of these uploads. Hopefully most everyone will be way below that limit. For CDBGI especially, there's a lot of documentations that have to go up. And if you need to split your files into multiple files and just upload multiples under one of these, you can. So please do be aware of that. That is a good thing to do. Trying to think, am I missing anything else related to uploads? So this is why I suggest going ahead and completing an application and then just doing the upload once you're done. So think about it if you want to, as in you've completed your application, you're running your copies, you're filling your notebooks. That's kind of where you want to do this in the steps. So if you need to have a PE seal, just verify it. Say, yes, I got one. Again, that's your last chance to make sure you got it. Here are some directions. There is a help call right here. We will make sure to help you guys out if you have problems. And when you're done with all of your uploads, everything's gone blue. So please make sure before you move off of this that everything's blue with the X's out there. Hit next. And this is what you'll see. Now you're really ready to submit. If you need to go back and do something, you can go back previous. If you are working and you're like partially, don't want to do something partially, hit save as draft instead of submit. And what that will do is it will send you an email with a link and a password setup. Each link will be individual to that particular project. This is why I'm more the fan of get it complete before doing this, because if you're doing a lot of projects, you can easily get turned around. So because each link is unique to that particular project you're submitting. But you can go back and you would click on that link, put in your password that you put out there, and it should take you back to the submittal portal for that particular project. But again, I suggest going ahead and just having everything ready to go. Again, think about it as in you're making the copies and filling the notebooks. Tell everyone you're not a robot, and then you hit submit. Let's see. So it should say submitting at the bottom, then it'll give you this nice fancy screen that says, thank you, here's the project. You will get an email, and I will check after the break and see if it's popped up in my email. That will also confirm and say this particular project is now in our system. And when you get the email, it will be coming from laserfiche@ncdenr.gov, because that's the system that's taking it in for us. Yes, Bashar. Yep, you can go off the screen, it's fine. You can go off the screen, it's okay. Yeah, because this is, when I was doing, because we were trying to test this a few weeks ago, and this screen kept on going, but I still got an email saying, hey, it's there. So now it says it's all done. You can download. What it will download will be that submittal stuff that you put in, not your entire application. But the other thing you can do is before you hit submit, you can go onto those blue line files. If you have a question, click on that link to make sure, if you want to make sure something's not corrupt, it'll download that file and you can open it and make sure it's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Priority points in the narrative for that. Do you want one giant PDF? Do you like them divvied up into sections for you?
For your narrative, my suggestion is put each thing in one file if you can, like your supporting documentations in one file. And then when you go into your narrative, say page 85 of the supporting documentation has the map that I need you to look at.
Okay.
So that way you can guide us, because we'll open up the supporting doc file, go to page 85. As far as file types, we like PDFs if you can. If not, no biggie, but PDFs are probably the best. Because I know that, Word, if you do a Word document, formatting, printers change pagination, as I've discovered. And your pagination can get off if you're making page references for us. So do we have any questions on the chat?
Another one question that you just answered was, what program is your application from created? So that's Laserfiche, right?
Yep.
Okay. And
what? I don't understand that. Like,
what program is your application created? I think the software they're talking about.
Oh, so the submittal software using that this form is coming off of is Laserfiche, but everything that is online, if I'm understanding correctly too, is pretty much Word. You can fill it in.
Okay. And the one question is, after submitting, can you go back and edit? So Shadi replied for that and said application is submitted even before loading copy is cleared.
Shadi's
So-
So if you have submitted your application and you need to go back and edit it, my thought is you're going to need to resubmit it and you need to let us know. Yes, Shadi said 2 thumbs up, yes. Because that's why I make sure you have, this is why I just say make sure everything's complete before you even start this. And the other bit of advice, we are all very smart people in here, but we can overthink things. Please don't overthink this. It's not that hard. I promise. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you have questions, give us a call. We'll be glad to help. Okay, any other questions? Okay. All right, so we are at this.
Can you check on the status of application through portal, or is it solely an upload platform?
It's an upload platform.
is.
Yeah. You should get that email from Laserfiche that tells you that you have submitted an application. If you don't for some reason and you have a question, let us know. But you should get that email. That's your confirmation that it went through.
Okay, one more. Can you save the application and come back to work on it?
You can. Again, it will, if you want to come back and work on this submittal later, you'll just save as draft. But remember, this is purely for uploading. This is not for development. This is purely for uploading. So again, I advise you get everything complete before you start the upload. Okay. All right. Anything else? That's it?
Not at this moment.
Okay. So it is now, we are way far behind. It is noon. I'm going to go ahead and suggest that we break for lunch. And we'll come back at 1:15 and pick up. So everyone who is in the virtual world, we will be back at 1:15. If you could put that in the chat, Kavita. And if you are here in the room with us, and we will get back in 1:15. So okay, so we are back online and we are going to hit off with the project priority rating system. So let me hopefully everything will go away from here in just a minute. Let me see here. Change my glasses so I can see. All right, trying to make this go away. Okay, well, hopefully this will go, there it is. Okay, so John and whoever's here. Colleen and John at least will be going over our drinking water, wastewater priority rating systems, and I'll let them take it away.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just making sure recording is going. All right. All yours.
All right, so this is going to be multi-part presentations. This part is for construction type projects, water, wastewater, including CDBGI projects. Later, Matthew's going to talk about priority rating system for study grants and then stormwater. I think Jennifer just covered all that. Okay, just take a break. All right, so why priority rating system is so important? What it does is it provides you all with what we hope is a very clear and transparent process for how your projects are prioritized. And the priority rating system is, it's really generated by staff, but it's approved by the State Water Infrastructure Authority. It's one of their purposes or jobs as an authority, so that we can, again, have a fair, equitable transparent process for awarding funds, or at least for staff to make recommendations to them for funding. And generally, they follow our recommendations. So we've spent a lot of time on it. The guidance document is very thick. It has a lot of details in it. It has some examples in it. And it's what we use as staff when we are discussing or arguing priority points on applications. So if we don't agree on something, or we don't feel the guidance is maybe as clear as we would hope, we always go back to the guidance. What does the guidance say? And at the end, that's what we follow. So that it's a great tool for you guys when you're doing your applications. Always go back to the guidance. Okay, it's up to you to claim the project priority points that you want for your application. We won't go looking through your application and try to find you additional points, and then see if you have the documentation for those points. There's a few exceptions to that, and I'll talk about those, but it's up to you to apply for the points that you think your project deserves and provide that documentation. Please provide all of the documentation that is required in the guidance, and it spells it out for you. It's usually a bulleted list of things that you'll have to provide to get those priority points. Again, we cannot provide additional information after the fact, so make sure your application is complete. The narrative is a key part of the application, and that's where you'll go through and explain and document why those priority point item, your project should get those priority points. Narrative is key, is required. A lot of times there's additional documentation that's part of that priority point item, and you can attach those as attachments, but the narrative is key and why your project should get those points. We have a few items that we do roll down points for, and what that means is there's a higher priority point item that an applicant thinks that they should get, and it turns out that not all of that documentation is there, so they wouldn't get those points. But there's a lower scoring item that's very similar where that documentation is provided, and we will roll down those points and provide those points even if you didn't claim those lower points. And where that's true, we'll explain it. And as always, ask questions if you're unsure. You can ask questions up until the deadline. If you're calling the day of the applications, you may not be able to get a hold of anybody. But if you have questions, get a hold of our staff, what you got documentation-wise, and we'll give you the best advice we can on how you can make sure you have that documentation. All right. Priority rating system is broken into 4 categories: project purpose, benefits, system management, and affordability. The first 2 are all about the project. What is your project doing? And the more good stuff your project's doing, the more priority points that that project will get. Categories 3 and 4 is all about your system and your community. So it's looking at what kind of system management processes and practices do you have in place, asset management plans, operating ratios, things like that. And then category 4, oh, slow down. So category 3, the better you're doing with system management and forward thinking and preparing your utility for long-term sustainability and viability, the more priority points you're going to get. Contrary, for affordability, the less you're able to afford your project, the more priority we're going to give you. And so affordability is looking at the local government unit indicators, which we've talked about and around previously, and Jennifer will talk more about those later, and just your ability to pay for that project. So the scoring is the same regardless of the program. There's different score sheets for drinking water and wastewater and CDBGI, but it's the same stuff. So it's pretty easy to follow. This presentation is going to focus on the new stuff. We just don't have time to go through every single line item and talk about it. So if this is the first time you've been through this, there are additional priority points that you can go through the guidance. I would take the score sheet and go down and read every one of them. And if you read it and you think, hey, our project does that, then look in the guidance and see if you can provide that documentation. All right, project purpose. You can only get for the most part, one project purpose. You can only have one project purpose per project. And all of your project, for the most part, needs to do that purpose. So you can't add a whole bunch of extra stuff onto a project and still keep the project, a main project purpose. For example, if you've got an old pump station and you're gonna replace that pump station, and this looks great, that's rehab, that's replacement, that's a really good project, and then you say, yeah, but we really need to add and connect these homes over here. And it's only 10% of the project cost, it's fine. Well, no, you've changed that. The project purpose is no longer solely to do rehab and replacement. It's now expansion, and you won't get those points. There's some other points you might be able to get, but it's really about identifying the sole purpose of your project. Why this is important. If you are trying to get principal forgiveness or a reduced interest rate through the SRF program, and you don't get project purpose points, you're not going to be eligible for principal forgiveness or that reduced interest rate. So you need to be able to get some project purpose points. Keep your projects focused. That's how you get the most points. You can. It's going to be hard to get enough prioritization compared to those projects that have a project purpose. There's some pretty big point getters. Okay, let's get going into some of the individual ones. So 1A, I'm gonna pretty much skip this. This is it's one of the highest, it is the highest point type of project, and it's to resolve a non-viable utility. Non-viable is not the same as distressed. Non-viable means you need to get out of the utility business and you are not able to generate enough revenue to keep your utility going. It's a big deal. To be eligible for these points, you have to meet with the division prior to submitting your application. So if you think that's your situation, you should already know it by now. Get a hold of us as quickly as you can. There's some steps you need to do prior to submitting your application to be considered for these points. You'll get a whole bunch of points and you'll get some additional principal forgiveness consideration. But we certainly hope none of you are in that category. We don't want non-viable systems. But if you are, we'll do everything we can to help you. That's it. Okay, line item 1B is not completely new, but there's a change to it. This is, Connie, just jump in here if I start getting into your slides.
Well, go back to 1B. 1B, the only change is failing infrastructure. We included malfunctioning on-site wastewater systems across all our programs for wastewater. So look at the guidance on what that definition is and the documentation to claim failing infrastructure. Typically, we do failed or dry or contaminated wells. So that's a new item for this. Also for 1B, for our programs, we've increased or changed the point system. For my program, this typically was a 5-pointer. Now it's a 15-pointer. So just to keep that in mind.
Thank you. So this item also has been expanded to include the health advisory limits for certain emerging contaminants, PFOA, PFAS, GenX in particular. Sure. So to get these points, around, all of the project is going to need to do this. There's other line items where if you're only doing a portion of connections and projects to support these types of contaminations, you can still get prioritization. This is if the entire project purpose is to address these health advisory limits. We do have a provision for GenX. There's still a lot of sampling going on around the Comores facility for GenX. I don't know if anyone's working in that area. There's a pretty intensive sampling effort going on by the department, and what they're having some difficulties getting into homes and getting sampling results, but the results are showing that, yeah, there's pretty widespread GenX contamination of wells in an area around the facility. So to get consideration and prioritization for a project in that area, we've reduced the requirements some. So if you have a project where the wells are within 50 miles of the Comores facility, and you can document that 25% or more of the facilities to be connected have exceeded the GenX health advisory level, you can get project purpose points. And what they're finding is maybe if there isn't an issue today, based on 1 or 2 sampling results, the groundwater has been impacted, and there likely will be impacts detected in the immediate future.
John, someone's asking if arsenic is included in
Arsenic is not. Arsenic has a water,
Arsenic is not as an emerging contaminant, but it's included as a MCL violation.
thank you, MCL. Okay, 1C, rehab and replacement of infrastructure. We get a lot of applications for this. This is a great thing to do with projects. And it's when you're going in and you're replacing and you're rehabbing old worn out stuff, and you're replacing it and rehabbing it with the same size stuff. And you can get a lot of prioritization for these types of projects. If you want to expand that project, the size to service additional areas, you can still get project purpose points, but that's 1D. I'll talk about that in a little bit. So to get the 1C points, you cannot have an expansion. One thing that's new here, well, 2 things really. One, we recognize that if you have old infrastructure that you are addressing via regionalization or interconnections, and you don't want to rehab and replace that stuff, you just want to get rid of it. That's the cost of getting rid of it, is you're actually replacing it with a regionalization or a merger, and that counts. Just clarifying that. And then something that is new is water meter replacement for distressed local government units. You can do that, and that's allowed. Yeah. That's not right.
It's not distressed.
Thank you. I'll take your, oh, go ahead. Thank you, Kavitha. So that, how that got approved is we were having projects where some rehab and replacement work was being completed on a water system. They wanted to replace the meters that were impacted in the rehab and replacement. That was great and allowed, but then they were adding on maybe all the additional water meters, or water meters that were outside of the project area, and that was no longer part of the project and was viewed as an expansion, and they weren't getting those points. So we've updated the guidance so that as long as the meters to be replaced as part of the rehab project, make sure I say this right, that's more than 50% of the water meters to be replaced, you're good to go.
Yes. Just to clarify, like, if you are allowed to like replace all the meters associated with the water service line, that service lines that you are already replacing, so that doesn't contaminate the project. So in this new rule is like those water meters that you are replacing where the lines are, that account for more than 50% of the system meters. You can still add that extra meters to reach the uniformity of metering. It's like we don't want different sort of meters in different places of the LG, like the municipality. So that's the change. If it's less than 50% that you need to replace throughout your town to match whatever is being replaced as part of this project, that is still called a rehab.
So it has to be to get all of the system under one uniform type of water meter.
Same thing with
Thank you.
expansion. If those lines are expanding and you are including the meters and replacing all the meters, this will be like in one thing expansion plus meters.
All right, some of the common.
Somebody's saying they cannot hear me.
All right, I'll repeat it. So what the idea is to get the entire system on a universal or a consistent type of water meter. And the allowance is, as long as you're doing rehab and replacement project that would replace greater than 50% of the town's meters, you can go ahead and replace them all. And you would still be eligible for 1C points.
There is a question in the chat. Project qualified for DWI SRF? are limited to linear utilities, tanks, treatment plant appurtenances, etc. So
I don't understand the question.
oh, the high hazard water supply dam rehab project qualify for DWSI. That's the question.
A high hazard.
So I think it's an intake structure. It's associated with water intake and
Somebody check the SRF guidance on that, and we'll get back to you on that. There are some restrictions on what type of work you can do on dams.
yeah.
Someone do that while I'm still talking. All right, some of the common errors that we get on for 1C is what's shown on the screen. We're replacing existing 10-inch gravity sewer. Fantastic. But what are you replacing it with? You need to have clear documentation that it's like for like rehab and replacement. If you do that, you're good to go. If it's not clear, we're probably going to assume that it's an expansion, and you won't get those points. So you can always go up to minimum design criteria as well. So if you're replacing really small water lines, go up to 6-inch. If you're replacing sewer lines, you can go to 8-inch. What else? That's good. Okay, there's some add-on points for 1C and for 1D, and that's old infrastructure. So if you can document that greater than 50% of the project cost is associated with replacing old stuff, you can get some additional points. That's 10 points. We've updated what those age thresholds are to include SCADA and other IT types of upgrades. Where if those things are over than 10 years, they would be eligible for this consideration. It's 20 years for treatment systems, pump stations, pumps, things like that, and 40 years for distribution and collection lines.
You can get 1C and 1C1.
Correct. Yeah, you actually can only get 1C1 if you get 1C. The same, Robinson,
Keep going,
there's the same consideration in 1D. Let's pick a slide. Oh, no. And 1D is rehab and replacement with what's an expansion project where you're servicing additional area, or you want to expand stuff greater than minimum design criteria. You can get 2 points instead of, I don't know what it is for rehab and replacement, 8. But regardless, you still can get prioritization, and you can still get project purpose points. You just don't get as much.
So do they still have to call out the budget, what is told?
Thank you, Michelle. Is that a question, like online?
No, that was for me.
Okay, so what do we need for that? It needs to be clear in the budget what is old and what is not, and how much it costs. And then you have to provide a calculation showing that it's greater than 50% of the construction costs. The easiest way to do that is shown here. So this is some line items in the budget where it clearly says you've got old 6,000 linear feet of 8-inch pipe, and that's how much it costs. And then you've got 4,000 linear feet of 8-inch pipe. It doesn't say if it's old or young. We're going to assume it's not old. It doesn't say otherwise. And then hopefully 60%, since it's the same size pipe, that's exactly 60%, and you're good to go. So how do you know it's old? Unfortunately, the older the stuff is, the harder it is to get documentation of how old it is. So we are wishful that you have plans and specs or design documents or something that show construction records of how old it is, but we recognize you don't always have that. But we do need something from you on how you know it's old. And that can be, I was the city manager here for the last 30 years. This treatment unit was built when I got here. Therefore, I know it's greater than 20 years. That's fine. We're going to believe you. But you have to tell us how you know and make sure it's reasonable. We've seen some pretty creative stuff, and we do our best to accept it. Age documentation is one of the easier things to document in our application. That help, Michelle?
Yes, thank you very much.
You bet. Okay, something else that is new. Yeah. So I didn't mention it, but there are certain types of pipe material that are out there that we just know it's old. So if your project is to replace those types of materials, you don't have to provide any additional documentation that it's old. We're going to do the same thing if you're replacing lead service lines. You don't need to tell us how old it is. If it's a lead service line, we're going to give you an over 50% of the project cost. We'll give you prioritization for lead service line removal for age. You will need to tell us how you know that it's lead and a map showing where those lead service lines are. Okay, another new, this item is brand new, 1E, and that is when the project purpose is to serve, provide service to a disadvantaged area. So here, 20 points, quite a bit of points. To be eligible for these points, your project, 75% of the construction cost must be to provide connections or alternate service to homeowners in disadvantaged areas with water or wastewater. So it's on-site wastewater systems, private wells. To be a disadvantaged area, it's based on, I talked about this already, affordability criteria, medium household income, poverty rates, some additional factors that are spelled out in our guidance document. And you can always use the department's underserved area map as well. It's the easiest way. What else? Okay, what's required for these points? Justification that the target area is a disadvantaged area. You do that through your narrative. The project budget, similar to the age points, in the budget is where you document that 75% of the costs are to do the connection to homes in a disadvantaged area. You would do that in a similar way. Sort of, nope. What's going on? Yeah, sorry, my finger got on the wrong button. You do it the same way you did in the budget for old. I know there's a slide, so I'm going to wait.
It's forward.
Yeah. You do need a project map identifying where the connections are, which homes are within and which homes are without that disadvantaged area, and identify which properties you intend to connect as part of the project. Here it is. In your budget, clearly identify which parts of the construction are to support disadvantaged areas. You can see in that very first line, 10-inch gravity sewer, disadvantaged area. Very clear, $2 million. If it doesn't say disadvantaged area, then we'll assume it's not. And similarly, do a calculation and show that that 75% threshold has been met, and you will be eligible for those points. Any questions on that? Sorry for the confusion. For those of you that are here for stormwater projects, we do have our own priority rating system for the LASSI funds. However, you can get priority points for stormwater projects through our regular types of funds, the non-LASSI funds. They are eligible for SRF funds, and they are considered wastewater projects. So some of the priority items where you can get points are 1G, 1H, and 1I. So if you have stormwater projects, read the guidance for those items and try to determine for yourself if it's worth pursuing funds through the regular SRF and funding programs. Okay, that's it for project purpose. Question? Yes. Yeah, because then the ratings are different and the narrative would be different. Yeah. So the question, I was wondering what Tony was doing. The question is, if you have a stormwater project that you're going to apply for funding under LASSI, do you need to submit a separate application for consideration for the other funds? And the answer is yes, you do. Okay, shifting gears to project benefits. So remember project purpose, you can only get one. Project benefits, you can get as many as your project is eligible for, and you can provide documentation that your project provides this benefit. And Colleen is going to start.
Thank you, John. All right, so 2A is for our program, the CDBG infrastructure program. The only change that we made to this line item for benefits is that we added eliminating malfunctioning on-site wastewater system. So malfunctioning or failing. You might see in the guidances, we say failing or malfunctioning. They mean the same thing. Also, we included eliminating lead service lines to our program through this benefit. You just must document that at least 50% of the construction cost is to replace lead service lines to get this benefit. Some common errors we still see in this category is it comes down to narrative and documentation, really. You have to bring in maps with your application, and your maps are not clear. If you're claiming SSOs, you need to label SSOs on your project map, and we must clearly see a link between the benefit of your project to that SSO. Just know, we had this question yesterday, SSOs go back 5 years from application date. So keep that in mind and know that if you have just one spill 5 years ago but nothing since, you need to explain to us how your project is addressing that SSO and what happened, why did you not have any SSOs since then if you want to get considered for an SSO. Also, if your SSO occurs outside of the project area, but your project will address that, you need to provide that in the narrative of explaining why. How is that going to do it if it's not in the project area? And then also just check the guidance. I mean, we're very detailed on what we expect in the narrative as well as the documentation for these points. For the CDBG program, we have 2A1 points, and this is additional, I think it's 5 points. If your project is going to eliminate 20% or more of failing or failed on-site wastewater systems or lead service lines, or you're going to eliminate 20% or more dry or contaminated private wells. Again, look at our guidance on how to document these additional points if your project is going to benefit, is going to resolve a public health issue or environmental issue. Back to John.
So 2A, 2B, and 2C are all kind of the same specific public health benefits. Just one's A is for CDBGI, B is for drinking water, and C is for wastewater. There's not a lot new here for the drinking water program. Still 20, I think it still addresses dry wells, contaminated wells, public drinking water sources. It also still has the language in for resolves managerial, technical, and financial issues. And what that's related to, I went over real quickly, was if a non-viable system is seeking to get out of the utility business and it's a project to do that, they would get those 1A points, and they would automatically get 2B points if it's a drinking water project and 2C points if it's a wastewater project. What's new here is 2B2, projects that eliminate lead service lines is viewed as a public health benefit and would get 10 additional prioritization points. Kind of as a note here, 2B is specific to projects that are supporting a public water supply. If your project is to address public health issues at a private well, you're not eligible for 2B, but you can get points under 2H, which I'll talk about later. Let's see here to get these. Got that already. So if you are seeking points for 2B2, eliminating lead service lines, again, you need to document how you know that those service connections are lead and provide a map that describes the location of the lines, who's going to be connected and who's not going to be connected. 2C then is moving on to wastewater. Again, there's some changes here. Most of it's the same. The biggest difference is the pulling out of 2C2. The 2C1, part of it is same. 2C2 is for projects that eliminate a malfunctioning or failing on-site wastewater system. So to document that your on-site wastewater system is failing, does require that the, well, let me see. If it's failing, it's documentation from the county health department, licensed soil scientists that the project has failed. It does include failed not on-site, single-family residential spray and drip systems or other non-discharge type of systems where the soils have failed, not the treatment side, but the soils won't take the water anymore. That's documented through the Division of Water Resources. You're eligible for these points. You can also show that impacts have occurred because of SSOs that have reached water bodies. We will need documentation of those SSOs and or documentation that backup has occurred into the homes, again, if it's a private system. For the new part of it, 2C2, this is what's new. And we came up with this language working with the on-site wastewater team and recognizing that there's a notice of violation that they have the authority to issue that documents that a system is malfunction or failing. So you'd have to provide that notice of violation with the application. To be eligible for these points, a majority of the homes, greater than 50% of the homes with failing systems must be connected. So you can connect some additional homes that aren't failing if it makes sense for your project and those homeowners are willing to do it and still get the project benefit points. When we talked about project purpose earlier, that 50% threshold wasn't there. All of the project would have had to been to connect. What you need to provide is in the guidance, but of course we're going to need lists of addresses, we're going to need maps, we're going to need to know where the project is to help document that 50% or greater of the homes are going to be connected. That's good. Some common errors that we see, documentation that the soils are unsuitable and the septic system is likely to fail. That's not enough. We need the documented SSOs. We need the documentation from the regulatory agency saying that it has failed. Looks like we're getting some questions. If you have documented SSOs that reach surface waters, you do have to show that that project is going to address those SSOs. Sometimes we see applications claiming these points, but the project really isn't related to addressing the SSO. It's common, or no maps are provided. All right, moving on. 2F, system merger or regionalization. Again, this isn't really new. It's just trying to better recognizing efforts to regionalize or have partnerships. If your project is resulting in a merger, and that's where one utility merges and becomes part of another, you can get 10 points under 2F1. However, if you're not going all the way to merger and doing some sort of regionalization or interconnect, or even just having a partnership to reduce operating costs and to have more efficiencies, and document that the merger or partnership, you can get 2F2 points, 5 points. To document that, we do need some sort of a documentation that an agreement is in hand. Both parties want to work together and are ready to pursue the project. Description of how the project will result in partnership or regionalization. Definitely look at the guidance. There's a number of things that need to be provided to get these points, but hopefully it's not too difficult. 2H, projects that address contamination. Here we've expanded consideration to include some of the emerging contaminants that North Carolina is dealing with. 2H1 and 2H2 have existed for a while. It's 2H3 that's been changed, so I'll focus on that. We are recognizing the health advisory limits for the PFOA contaminants as well as 1,4-dioxane. Please note that you may have a printed guidance document that has the wrong HAL for 1,4-dioxane. The one that's on the internet is correct. It's 35 micrograms per liter. To get these points, you must replace or provide new treatment to the drinking water supply system that produces water containing an emerging contaminant. Okay, I'm just going through this. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're connecting them. That's a great way to do it. But if the utility wants to provide alternative service and operate and maintain that on behalf of that customer, you can do that as well. Check the guidance on what all you need to do there. For documentation, describe the contaminated source, describe how the project will address it. You need maps showing what you're doing and where that contamination is. We need public water supply ID number, probably a few other things. Please check the guidance. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, this one thing is, if you're providing water that doesn't meet HAL, like if you're a public utility and you cannot meet HAL right now since it's too low, you can always provide a mitigation plan, like something that's going on in your treatment plant if you are doing an upgrade and, to include some GAC or reverse osmosis or something, and then even in future, you can kind of take care of those contaminations. So that report we will accept as addressing that contamination right now, even though right now you cannot show that you can provide better water too. That's one thing.
Yeah, those health advisory levels are really low. Yeah. 2N resiliency. Eileen's going to talk about first few slides.
Yes, so 2N is line items under the category 2 that the other programs have had for about 2 years now. And with input from the communities last year, as well as HUD pulling down or bringing down their climate change agenda, it was an ideal time to incorporate those points into our program. There's 7 line items under 2N. They range from 3 points all the way up to 8 points, and sometimes you can get a roll down effect. If you don't qualify for one, you might qualify for another one. So please read the guidance on what we need to give you those points. The first 3 points are about moving your infrastructure out of the floodplain. There's very little we can do in the floodway, but we can do work in the floodplain. You just go through additional steps in your environmental. So 2N, I'm going to skip this slide and go to this graphic because it shows it a little bit better. If you're going to move your infrastructure from the 100-year floodplain all the way out of the floodplain completely, that's a 2N1, and you get 8 points for doing so. If you're moving it from the 100 to the 500, you get 5 points, and that's 2N2. If you're going to move it from the 500 all the way out of the floodplain, that's a 2N3, and you get 3 points for doing so. Before I go on, then 2N4, 5, and 6 talks about how you can get points if you are fortifying your infrastructure, not moving it out of the floodplain, but you're going to raise it up. You're going to do some flood proofing measures around your infrastructure. You can get points if you document that correctly. 2 and 7, I always screw this up, so I'm going to refer to John a little bit on this one. But 2 and 7, this round we've all included cybersecurity. So if part of your project is including aspects that will to improve your cybersecurity, please document that and tell us in your narrative. And then these bullet point lists, when I screw this up, John, so if they are installing new infrastructure with backup power, they get these points. No, see, I'm screwing it up already. So
if you're right. So the idea is you're improving resiliency, you're improving redundancy, and you can get these points. And this is definitely a roll down item where if you're trying to provide documentation for any of the other 2N points, but you fall a little bit short, we'll work our way down the list to see if you're provided the documentation for something else and can get 2 and 7. You want to go ahead and ask your question? Okay. Okay.
This is related to N1 through 3. So if you're proposing to connect on-site systems to centralized systems that are in the floodplain, does that count?
You're going to take on-site systems that are in the 100-year floodplain by chance and eliminate them.
And connect them to centralized sewer.
Sure.
Okay,
Is the centralized sewer outside the floodplain?
it's all over the place. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
But that is where you're putting the wastewater is not any longer. Yeah. Okay, back to 2 and 7. Earlier, I said documenting age is an easy thing to do. Documenting redundancy and resiliency to get 2 and 7 points is pretty easy to do as well. Just explaining your narrative how it is improving resiliency and redundancy. However, there's a few things you can't get points for. For example, if you're putting in something new, like you're putting in a new pump station, new lift station, that really should have backup power. You cannot get resiliency points for having backup power on new stuff. But if you have a portable generator that's supporting multiple lift stations, and you're putting in a dedicated generator at any of those lift stations, that is improving redundancy, resiliency, and you'd get points for that. Retrofitting, so if you have a lift station that was supposed to have backup power, but for some reason it never was provided, and you want to add it now, we'll give you points for that. That project's closed out and done, so you're adding resiliency to that project. Yeah, any questions on that one? Good. Okay,
Question on how many stream restoration project we funded? Yeah. They want to know like if we have funded like how many stream restoration under the clean water SRF.
Yes, historically, have funded through the SRF fund, stream restoration projects, not a lot, maybe 1 or 2 a year, but we certainly have funded them, but through the SRF program. Of course, we have this new stormwater program that Tony and I were to talk about through ARPA funding, but we can also fund them through the Clean Water SRF.
How many were funded in spring, past spring?
0.
That was
so the question was how many stream restoration projects were funded in the spring round in the 2022, and the answer was 0. Do we know how many applied? No, we don't. Yeah, like very few applications for stream restoration projects. Okay, moving on, 2.0. This is just one where it's not really new, but it's projects that help impaired waters. And what we see a lot of times is that insufficient documentation is provided to get these project points, these points. And it's really about having adequate documentation to show that your project is going to help support that impaired water. And what we see as errors is, the project that you're working on really isn't going to help the impairment. You have a stream that's impaired for metals, or for, metals is a great example, and you're fixing a pump station and addressing SSOs. That's not going to really help that impairment. So you wouldn't get those points. But if it was fecal coliform that it was impaired for, and you were fixing a pump station directly upstream that had documented SSOs, yeah, you should be good to go and you should get those points. Another thing is that there is a mapping requirement. Please make sure that you adequately show the location of the project and where that impairment is. We do see applications where the impairment is upstream of where the pump station is located or the project is located, and then that project isn't going to help the impairment because it's the wrong direction. So make sure you got all the pieces to show the documentation. Item 2P, special water classifications, not really a change here, but do want to note that we've added 4 new classifications that would be considered if your project is helping support those water classifications. It could be considered for these points. We no longer list them all in the priority rating system. The list is now in the guidance. So if you don't see that list that you're used to, check the guidance. Mapping requirement here as well. Make sure your project is supportive of and will help these waters.
Before we go to system, category 3, I don't know if John mentioned this, but category 2, this is your opportunity to, if you have documentation and you have narrative to support multiple benefits, all our categories have a max of points that you can receive. Category 2, what we see in the past is people document and write narratives for as many points as they can over that max, knowing that if we agree with all of them, we'll max them out at that points scale. For my program, it's 20 points. So if you have the documentation to support those claims, we'll max you out. Or if we don't agree with one of them, we might give you a different one and you still get maxed out. So it's beneficial for you to look at our category 2s across all our programs and document as many of those benefits as you can to max out.
Okay. All right. Any questions before we move on to category 3 in any of the categories? Those were some good ones I heard rolling across the chat. All right, so as we're moving from categories 1 and 2 into 3, the first 2 categories focused on our individual projects. And now the third one focuses more on your system as a whole. So what we're looking at here is like, how well are you managing your system? Do you have an asset management plan, a capital improvement plan? How's your operating ratios? We're only going to focus today on the capital planning activities. You can see here these first 2 line items, because this is where we spend a lot of our time in review talking about, are they getting all the requirements for the asset management plan? If they're not, can we roll them down to a capital improvement plan? And that's what we do a lot is, you know, sometimes if they don't hit all the points in the narrative for the capital improvement or for the asset management plan, for 10 points, we can still give you 2 points for the capital improvement plan. So we're going to kind of hit this one only. If you want to talk about operating ratio, we can, but that's very, very straightforward. All right, so asset management plan is essentially something, like I said, where people tend to get the most points taken off because of the various errors you see here and the places where we discuss everything the most. So the big thing is, remember that you need to implement your asset management plan before you actually apply. That's very important, because we want any kind of asset management plan that you spend a lot of money on not to be some notebook that you use as a doorstop in your office, but something that is actually put out on the street that you're implementing to manage your systems better. Here are some of the common errors we've seen. No narrative provided. So when you read your guidance, and I really do stress to read the guidance, especially on this item, if you're planning on claiming it, please make sure that you understand what's involved in the 4 points of the narrative. First off, for most of our programs, there is an exception, of course, we don't want the entire asset management plan. We just want the narrative as described in a guidance. CDBGI, however, wants both. They want the narrative as described in a guidance plus a copy of the asset management plan. That's why we were talking about that file size. If you need to upload multiple files for a particular category, you can do that. But that's just a CDBGI nuance. For everything else, we just want the narrative. I think the 4 points are related to, what do I have in my system? How do I rate it? Here's my capital improvement plan, hitting the points in that, and then also your operations and maintenance plan. So please make sure that when you write your narrative, you're a little bit more verbose than 1 sentence per narrative point. I promise you, we have seen narratives come in that is 4 sentences long. That is not a narrative. Aim for a paragraph or 2 per point. We don't need pages upon pages upon pages, but a paragraph or 2 per point. It's really when you can put your writing skills to the test. So make sure that narrative is in there. Again, make sure asset management plan is implemented. Make sure your CIP requirements that we'll talk about in a couple of slides are all met. Here are the other points: that you don't have all your assets for the utility seeking funding, or that you don't explain any of your poor assets, or your CIP is not adopted within 2 years of application deadline. And again, we'll talk about that in just a minute. I cannot stress enough about looking at your guidance for writing this narrative. So the capital improvement plan, first off, make sure that that matrix, because a lot of times you have a table and everything's written out, and here's your projects, here's your cost, et cetera, et cetera. Make sure you can clearly make the link between the project you're applying for and the project that's in the table. A lot of times the names may differ, so just make that link. And also what people will do, they will highlight that project in the table so we can find it easily. Make sure that your capital improvement plans spans 10 years, but is less than 2 years old in terms of adoption. So in other words, it has to be more recent than September 30th, 2020, when you submit it this round. So in years 1 through 5, go ahead and show the projects and their cost. In other words, more detail. Getting out years 6 through 10 doesn't have to be cost-wise, but just show us what the projects are you're looking at. And then also, the resolution or certification showing certified minutes shows that the council governing board has adopted the plan, and essentially that means they know it's out there, they know they need to do it. Just a plain old simple certification is not adequate, so we need either a resolution showing its passage or certified meeting minutes showing that it actually happened. Okay. So again, some of the common errors we see, more than 2 years old. You don't have the minutes. Plan doesn't span the 10 years we need. We can't tell when we look at that CIP matrix that the project that you're applying for is on there. So if the name is different, just say that in the narrative so we can look for it. Capital improvement, yes, sir, Bashar. Yeah, or you can highlight it, some way to show that we can easily say, here's the name of the project, here it is, or highlight it. I've seen both, but please make it so that we can figure out what it is. A capital improvement plan is not the project and all of your operations and maintenance. It has to be capital expenses. Also, don't put one project, the project you're applying for, in the capital improvement plan that was adopted the week before you submitted it, because we know what you're trying to do there. Also, we know too, like if you have a capital improvement plan that was passed, I don't know, let's say in December of 20, when it was adopted, and we know how costs have gone, right? Up like faster than we thought to. And there's a difference in cost between what's shown in the capital improvement plan and what you're showing on your application. Just explain to us those differences. We don't have a set percentage that we're looking for, but if you can make that connection for us and explain what's been going on, that would be greatly appreciated. We can give you credit. Also, if you're looking at your capital improvement plan and you've got 10 projects on there and you're funding or requesting funding for project 5 but not for project 1, tell us why, because if you don't tell us why, we can't accept it. And also, again, make sure that narrative is in the narrative for your priority rating system. Okay, so again, this is where we have a lot of debate. You know, like I said, we have 2 individual reviews plus consensus, and this is where we have a lot of discussion during our consensus reviews. All right, so that is all I'm going to talk about in system management, because again, operating ratio is very straightforward, some math. And so don't worry about that. It's pretty easily calculated. I do want to go ahead and run right into affordability. This is probably the easiest one. You don't have to write narrative. You don't have to make connections and things like that. But what you need to do is go down to these, I think there's now, well, there's 6 overall line items depending on programs. You may not hit all of them. The first one relates to residential connections. Just pick one and claim one. So essentially what this is saying is you start getting credit if you're 10,000 connections or less. And the most credit comes from if you're a really small town of 1,000 connections or less. And also when you're thinking about residential connections, use only water or sewer, depending on which type of project you're applying for. Monthly bill at 5,000 gallons. This is a new line item for CDBGI. So be aware of that. Again, it's more of claiming one subcategory out of the, I forget how many are in there now, but just one subcategory. And what you'll want to do is, again, the higher your bills, the more points you get. And make sure that when you're calculating your monthly utility bill for 5,000 gallons, that you use your in-town rate. And if you're a combined system, we want to see both water and sewer bills because we look at combined bills now. If you're a single system, don't worry about it because there's a conversion factor that you see here on the slides, and that's what we'll use. We do ask that you actually use those rate sheets. We ask you to submit, and this is why we want to submit them, is because we do the calculations as well. So we'll be asking you first what every high school math teacher asks you for in algebra, trigonometry, or geometry, or maybe if y'all took calculus, I didn't in high school. Show your work. Show us how you got to that bill. And what we do is we take that calculation or that rate sheet, we replicate it. And if we're having a hard time replicating it, we check those calculations that you'll provide, which most people, by the way, don't provide. So please provide them. And we'll see, okay, well, what are you actually using when you're calculating your rates or your bills? And if you're having a hard time calculating a client's monthly bill or even your own, if you're a local government, maybe it's time to go back and check out your rate sheets to make sure that you can understand them. Because if we, the experts, are having a hard time with it, and I promise you, we have gone through, sometimes spent half an hour to an hour figuring it out and then talking about it. And sometimes we still can't figure it out. So this is why I spend a little bit of time parking on this. So it really helps us, and that may be a reason why you need to go back and look at your rate sheet if we, the experts, can't calculate it. Okay?
Jennifer?
Yes.
There was a question on the
Sure.
asset management 3A1. Somebody's asking, what is the meaning of implemented? Can you define implemented?
My definition, because we're not asking, okay, so the question was, what does implemented mean? We talked about this years ago. We used to say we wanted a resolution. We don't say that anymore, that you're actually putting it to work. That you're, hopefully what's happened is you brought it before your governing board and they've approved it, that you're actually using it. And anyone who is a construction application reviewer, please chime in if I'm missing something. But we're not asking for evidence of that. We just don't want it to be sitting in your office doing nothing, essentially. Colleen, I don't know if you have.
I'll speak for my program. When we review these, I'm really strict on asset management plans because I'm a planner. So I know what needs to go in these things. And so what I want from a narrative to show implementation is a narrative, a few sentences. What's happened since you adopted this plan? Is this the first project that you're trying to get funding for, or have you done minor things that were identified in the plan? State that, and that's all the evidence I need. I need something from you. So it could be a little narrative.
That works.
That's what I for CDBG.
Yeah.
So Jennifer, to make it clear, we don't need a resolution accepting.
No.
It's a resolution or certified minutes. They have a choice.
Yeah, we needed it for our programs too. So what you're saying right now is.
Well, I have not reviewed construction applications lately, so I don't know what y'all are asking for related to implementation.
Unless it changed now, we were always wanted a resolution or minutes approving that asset management plan.
Okay.
Correct?
Not the asset.
That's just CIP.
CIP. Yeah.
For the asset management plan, I would echo kind of what Colleen said, is tell us what you've done to actually put it to work. That's probably the best way I would say it. And it doesn't have to be long. A paragraph is fine. But just, I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head. Like this was adopted 3 years ago. Since then, we've started doing a condition assessment in this part of town. From that, we're generating some projects that we're going to be updating our CIP in the future. That's just something I said off the top of my head. That's probably would be, I think, sufficient to show you're actually taking the asset management plan and you're starting to go with it. So that's kind of the way. If you have questions about this, please contact us and we will help you out on that. Yes. Okay, rate sheets. That's a really good question. Do they need to be certified? Yes. So that was kind of the question that Bashar put forth. So for every program but Colleen's, they do not need to be certified. Ken, I see you shaking your head. Colleen does need certified rate sheets. CDBGI does. Everyone else, they don't have to be certified. So there you go. Great question.
Yeah, there's one more question on that. what if you are a single service sewer provider, but you have the rates for the private water provider?
No, we just want your sewer bills and we will use a conversion factor to use that. So don't start mingling with your outside water provider. Just provide us with your sewer bill. We'll divide it by that 0.6 to come up with a combined like bill, equivalent bill essentially. So, okay. All right. LGU indicators, you start getting credit at 3 out of 5 worse than the state benchmarks. We just updated these a few weeks ago that you can see here below in the second bullet. So essentially, the more LGU indicators that are worse than the state benchmark, the more credit you get. So please do note that they haven't updated. The LGU calculator is up. Again, I mentioned they have macros in them. If you have problems using it because of your macros, please let us know. Microsoft apparently has changed some security systems or security settings. And I think I would probably say I'd handle that on a case-by-case basis. So please make sure you could, I'd say the LGU indicator calculator or the affordability calculator is the best way to go to get those. There are some sheets up on the additional resources that are PDFs for places and counties that you can use. You can do all of it by hand. The calculator just makes it so much easier. That's what 99.5% of our folks do. Personally, I have not seen one done by hand, but it can be done if you need to. So this is a new line item. Remember when we were talking about line item 1E, where you can bring sewer or water service to disadvantaged areas? That was very specific to you are actually providing connections to the disadvantaged areas. This item is a lot broader, and it gives you an opportunity to claim this credit for this, even if you're not being that specific. So for example, if you are working on a pump station rehabilitation project in a disadvantaged area, and you can claim points under this particular line item. So this is new. Again, and you can also, if you're already claiming line item 1E successfully, you'll get these points. The trick is here that it's got to be, and I believe this is 50% of construction cost. We will correct that. Has to be going to the disadvantaged area. I like this because it's much broader though. You still have to do all the documentation similar to line item 1E, but it enables folks to have a broader range of projects they can claim credit for. So that's something to remember as you're going through. For TDBGI 4E, this is now a poverty line item. And then 4F, we just made an adjustment, or I guess I should say the authority made the adjustment for a local or low to moderate income percentages for the score to go from 20 to 25 for maximum. So like I said, category 4 is kind of our easiest as far as figuring things out to do. And I just want to make sure before we wrap up and move on to Colleen that we have no additional questions about priority rating system for this. Any questions? Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and move on, and I'll let Colleen take over.
All right, I only have 6 slides and I'm gonna go quickly unless there's a lot of questions because I know you guys wanna get to stormwater. But between me and stormwater is Victor, so. Okay, so our CDBG infrastructure program, we are the different funding group of the division because we have our funds coming straight from the Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, from the federal government. So with it is community development funds that we look at we look more than at your water and drinking water. So we have a lot of conditions on our projects and who can apply to our program. So right out of the gate, non-entitlement communities and counties are the only entities that can apply to our program. So in essence is if you work with a community and you ask them this question, do you get your CDBG funds directly from HUD, or do we have to go to the Department of Commerce or DEQ? If their answer is HUD, they can't apply to our program. They're called entitlement community. So we can only fund non-entitlement communities. So that's a quick little question you can always ask your clients or your community. Another thing is if you have a water or drinking water or wastewater authority or district that you want to do work with, you as a town or a county must apply on their behalf, and they're considered a subrecipient of the grant. So that's another nuance. And then the big one is all proposed projects have to come in and support or show that at least 51% of low to moderate income persons in your project area or your community, if you're doing a wastewater, drinking water, or pump station, will benefit from your project. And there are several ways to document the 51%. We have 3 appendices on our website. You don't have them in front of you for the ones in the room. They're Appendix A, B, and C. I'll touch on all 3 briefly. But A talks about how you determine your LMI for your project. And if you look at our guidance, I have inserted, you want to claim project purpose 1B, how do you determine your eligibility for, do you do area wide or do you have to do income surveys, et cetera. So those are the 2 methods. If you're going to do, like I said, water plant work, wastewater plant, or pump stations, you do area wide. So you pull down, there's some links on our website. You go to the HUD and they determine what the LMI percentage for the community or the county is. You pull that down, you make a copy of that, you put it in your application, and you put it in our scorecard. That's an easy one. 99% of our projects have to do some sort of income survey for line work because they're replacing lines or they're connecting homes with failing septics or dry wells or contaminated wells. That means that they have to go door to door. That's the most preferred, best result method to get these done. To go door to door and ask survey questions of that household. We have surveys on our website in English and Spanish. We have instructions English and Spanish. We have a spreadsheet on our website where once you take in the surveys, you put the survey data on the spreadsheet and you turn both of those into us. Because we do, as part of your application review, verify every single one of those income surveys. Because it's that important, because if you're at 51%, one household could drop you below 51% and I can't fund you. So we have to double check those. If you're going to reapply from last fall, just check your survey dates. If they're still within the 18 months, then you can reuse them. If they're outside of that 18 months, I'm sorry, you're going to have to redo your surveys. Yes?
What's the BRICO for income survey? DWI, the requirement?
Appendix A talks about it, and I believe it's a 75% response rate. Oh, sorry. I'm not new. Yeah, the question was, do our income surveys have to be 100%? The guidance in the Appendix A talks about a 75% response rate. We also on our website have the latest and greatest income limits from HUD, the 2021 and the 2022 limits that were dropped in July. Again, if you're new to our program and you have to do a survey, take a sample survey down, take out the table of income limits because that's a sample. Don't use it. Some people in the past have used that and got disqualified very quickly. And you pull up the 2022 limits for the county that the city or the town is located in. You're only going to see counties listed. You put that into your survey, you make enough copies, you go door to door. Yes? The question was if your project area is within 3 counties, crosses over 3 counties. I'll refer you to Appendix A because we haven't had that in a long time and I don't want to steer you wrong, but it talks about how you cross jurisdictional boundaries, how you handle that. Another thing about our program is if you're doing work and you're going to replace water and drinking water that's in the same footprint, that means it's on the same side of the road and same trench. That's what we call a combined application. You can do both of those scopes of work within one application. If your drinking water project is on the west side of town and your sewer project is on the east, those are 2 standalone applications. So just be aware that that's your, you can apply for both projects. Just know that the highest scoring project will be, if it gets into the funding range, will be recommended to an authority for a recommendation for approval. And you can't ask to switch the lower scoring with the higher scoring. So we have an interactive scorecard on our website. You can pull down and determine, okay, this is how your water project will rate. This is your sewer project score. Which one's the priority? Because if we submit it in and they agree with all our points, this one will get funded, this one won't. Because it's only $2 million per community. So just keep that in mind. One of our other nuances is the floodway. We're very restricted on what we can do and allow in the floodway. There is a flood HUD notice on our website as well. I would highly recommend, if you are not aware of this, to pull down that HUD notice, because in essence, we can do directional boring in the floodway, and that's as long as your entrance and exit is outside the floodway. You can reline your sewer pipes that are in the floodway, as long as you enter and exit out, again, outside the floodway. We cannot rehab and replace manholes. I'm sorry, but we can't do it. The notice talks about ground disturbance, and we've internally discussed and said manholes would cause a disturbance. Even if it's minor, it still would do that. So please look at this notice, pull it down, read it. There's some graphics. And you'll have to provide a floodplain map along with your application for our program to show where your project area is with relation to the floodplain and floodway. Federal compliance documents. This is why when you, like Jennifer was going through, if you hit on the first screen of our upload website, CDBG, you get populated some boxes, but also on the upload page, if you followed it through, it had more upload buttons. One of those upload buttons will be for these documentation. The big one is that for all our applications, the communities must hold a public hearing. If you're going to reapply from last year, you have to do a new public hearing, a new resolution, and all the compliance certificate forms must be redone. So that's the big thing, is public hearing documentation must come into us. We have Appendix B talks about public hearings some more, so that's another appendices to pull down. And then we have compliance statements and certificates. There's simple forms, but I'm jumping ahead, but some of those forms are very simple. It's a fill in your name, sign, and date. And you'd be surprised how many times we get those in incomplete. But it's forms that we have to have filled out saying, talks about conflict of interest, debarment, reporting, procurement, those types of things. If you get funded, you adhere to all those categories. And then we have some HUD required forms on our website that you need to pull down, fill out for your project, and upload. Look at Appendix C for that. The forms are in Excel, and we cleaned up some of the instructions to make it clearer, but those need to come in as well. And then SAM.gov, Jennifer already talked about how DUNS numbers have changed to a unique identifier number. That's great that you put it on the first page of our application. I just need proof of that. So it's just a screenshot. It's a PDF of that the community is active and registered and has a unique identifier. That's all it is. But we need that in with your application. Compliant applicants capacity, that is, it can be very short narrative, not a couple pages. Just tell us that if you're awarded, the town has the capacity in-house to manage it and engineer the project. 99% of the time, that's not the case. So if that's not the case, the town or the county will say, if we are awarded the project, we will procure for engineering and grant administrator to assist us. And that's it. Don't have them put down your firm's name. Don't have them identify anybody. Just leave it very generic and blank. That's all we're looking for, is the capacity. Yes?
And the capacity is covered by
The question, if I get it right, is the capacity question about procuring out for services covered in the grant? It is. When you look in our guidance in our application, for grant administration for our program, you can get 10% of the grant. So if it's a $2 million, you can get up to $200,000 for grant administration, and that covers all grant administration work, environmental, and the preliminary engineering work. And then the rest of the engineering work gets covered under construction. And then the final one is the applicant's audit. You must show us proof that the community or the county is up to date on their audit. I'm not asking you to make sure that the 2022 audits are in because that fiscal year just closed, but you have to show us proof that the LGC has received in your 2021 audit in order for me to look at your application. Because that's very key for our program. Every year, if you get funded, I have to check that audit. And if it's not in, I have to freeze your funds until it's in. So we start it right at the beginning of application intake. And also, if you're awarded, just anybody that's new to our program, we do require local government officials and staff to attend 2 mandatory trainings. One is environmental and one is compliance. The compliance, it used to be down in the weeds. We've raised the bar up to a more non-overwhelming level of information, but the local government, it's usually the authorized representative that's been identified attends, and a staff member or someone who's going to be working with this stuff more regularly than the council members. But they must attend. The environmental is required for whoever is going to write the environmental and whoever is going to be the certifying officer for the local jurisdiction. We need 2 representatives from the city or the county to attend to go through that training, and there's a test. I'll just warn you, there's a test when you go through those trainings. So just some quick errors we're still seeing on surveys. Please, please, please double, triple check your surveys if you're going to go door to door or do any other method identified in Appendix A, that if you're making any changes on that form after it's been signed and dated by everybody, they're initialed and dated by everybody. A lot of people, they circle, you know, family size 1, low income, but they're like, oh, no, I meant it's supposed to be 2 persons instead of 1. They cross it out and circle another. That change must be initialed and dated by everybody. So that's very critical. If it's not, we have to move you into above income, so that might impact your LMI percentage. Just please review Appendix A on how to handle non-responses, how to calculate above income into your calculation, because we will verify that. I'll just say that the higher your percent for LMI, the more points you get, because in our interactive scorecard art online, you put in 62% LMI, and it spits out the points for you. You don't have to do calculations, it does it for you. Common errors we still see on compliance documents, again, they're not signed and dated. You try to include the ones that you did last year if you're reapplying. Local government boards change frequently because of elections. That's why we need these new forms signed and dated every year if you repeat the same project. And the big one here is project descriptions aren't matching. That means your project description, your advertising, and you're telling your citizens that you're going to do at public hearing matches your section 6 of our application and all your narratives and your forms. If there's an issue with project description and the streets aren't all included, we might be asking some questions. And if you get awarded, we'll make you do another public hearing to clean it up, because it should be consistent across. I don't have a slide for this, but John talked about BABA, or Buy America, Build America. I'm still waiting on HUD to make a determination if it applies to our program. They're in a 6-month waiver period to gather input to see how it would impact all their funding programs. Once I hear word, I'll let you know, but I think for September, put that in your cost estimates, that it will be applied to our program, because I just don't know at this point. Oh, Victor, it's you're up.
How far behind are we? I'll try to go fast, guys. What's that? It's not my fault. My fault. Okay. I'm going to talk about the planning grant program, or the study grants. How many here are familiar with our asset inventory and assessment grants, study grants? been involved with them, a project or an application. How about merger regionalization feasibility? Okay, so there's some familiarity here. I see some familiar faces in the crowd that I know have been involved also. So does this work, Jen, or we use the computer? Okay. Okay. So we'll start at, really, we're talking about two main types of grants: asset inventory and assessment, or AIA, and merger and regionalization feasibility, MRF. These are following on a question we got today, and what you'll hear from Tony in a little bit. These are for drinking water and wastewater, not stormwater, I don't think, Tony. The question's still open, I guess, but Tony will talk about some planning grants available for, or funding available for stormwater in a little bit. But asset inventory and assessment is pretty self-explanatory. You can see the list of eligible activities there. Basically, these are ways to jumpstart an asset management plan for a local government unit. There are some, I'm the supervisor of the Viable Utilities Unit, which some of you may be familiar with, but I will mix in a little bit of the BU program. I'll also mention distressed units or distressed utilities. Those are the ones that are eligible for funding from the Viable Utility Program. So I will make the distinction when we talk about applications for these study grants. There are some little differences in terms of the requirements and so forth, but I'll try to hit on those as we go through it. So you can see, I mean, really what we're trying to get to with an AIA or an asset management plan, and you've heard it repeated, I think, among some of the other programs, is that capital improvement plan. You know, the idea is to get folks more proactive about managing their infrastructure, and to have that documented and used to support, you know, the other funding that the division is able to provide. So seeing a connection with that sort of, you know, more robust planning process and, you know, documentation in the capital improvement plan is really beneficial. Obviously, you know, especially with our distressed units, a lot of them are small, so it's relatively easy or less expensive to get through a full, you know, asset management program and have sort of program capital improvements that it might be for a larger unit. Couple points I want to make here, getting in, and this starts to get into some of the differences in the program over the years and between different types of units. Historically, both AIA and MRF grants that were funded out of the State Reserve Program were capped at relatively low amounts, $150,000 per system for AIAs every 3 years, and I think $50,000 for MRFs. I think it's every 3 years. And frankly, $150,000 to do subsurface assessments, and, you know, depending on how deep you dig, no pun intended, that doesn't necessarily go, it's not necessarily going to take every unit to, you know, developing a full capital improvement plan, even small units. Today, with ARPA funding, things are a little bit different. There's a $400,000 cap for every local government unit, you know, that's in our water, wastewater world, that comes out of a study grant pot. It could be used for that. All 400,000 could be used for a single asset inventory and assessment. It could be used for AIAs for both water and wastewater systems, or a combination of MRF, AIA, or even some pre-construction engineering that I think some of the other folks have talked about with some of our more traditional capital funding programs. So that's one thing. And then for distressed units, there's really no cap. The Viable Utility Reserve certainly can fund and should be used to fund AIA and MRF projects, studies. But the only cap there is basically a lifetime $15 million cap per distressed unit. So theoretically, they could spend $15 million on study grants. Let's hope they don't. That's not the idea, but we can certainly at least, and what we're expecting with AIA applications is that the funding requested for a distressed unit to do an AIA takes us, you know, through the full suite of activities that we'd like to get through. Point out that we do have a guidance document. It's not super related to the application per se, but for planning and executing AIA projects. If you go to our website under I Need Funding, and then I think there's a link for forms and additional resources. Click on that, click on additional resources and go down a couple and you'll see something with that title and the highlighted title there. And that is a guidance document, pretty digestible, but also, fairly robust, maybe 30, 50-page document there. Yeah. Great question. So the question was, can you use funding from an AIA to purchase, for example, smoke testing equipment, could be other equipment, rather than just leasing it? Could you use it to buy it? Yes, we do allow limited amount of the funding to be used for equipment purchases. I think we say, and I don't know if this is written anywhere, 10% of the funding. However, we could certainly have that conversation as you're putting an application together and just make sure we're on the same page. Because obviously, to have a continuing, the idea of the asset management program is that it continues, moving forward, and certainly tools to help the utility to move that forward to facilitate that are worthwhile.
For like service line finding,
Yeah, another great question from one of our own. Can funding be used for lead service line identification? And ironically, Kavitha probably knows this, I planted her. But we did actually receive a couple AIA applications this last round that were looking at getting started on those lead pipe inventories, and they were funded. So they can be, I don't know what's going to come out of the lead service line program, but hopefully more funding for those activities.
identification we need it right now so that we can be ready for the construction.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Okay. So as I mentioned, distress systems, we want to see them get sort of all the way through those elements of a good AIA. And another requirement, I'll talk a little bit about the statutory requirements for distressed systems that have been designated distressed, but is conducting a rate study. So we'd like to see sort of what we call kind of like a baseline status quo rate study done during the AIA. Rate study is kind of a loaded term. You could have sort of a snapshot in time rate study is one thing, but then a long range sort of approach for revenue generation, considering your full sort of capital programming is an entirely different animal with different resources required and time. So what we're looking for distress units is to sort of do that baseline. If we're able to implement this kind of short-term capital improvement plan to get our existing infrastructure up to snuff, what would it cost our ratepayers to sustain that? Now, the other wrinkle, of course, is that there is free money available from the Viable Utility Reserve to help that process. So things that need to be juggled a little bit, but certainly rate studies can be included as part of an AIA application, and we do like to see that for the distressed units, again, as kind of a starting point of what the rates would need to be to manage existing assets kind of in perpetuity. And I'll talk about how we can also use the MRF project to look more at longer term solutions to system viability and how that can be evaluated. Certainly not asking people to reinvent the wheel if they've already have an asset management plan. And really the legislation, the statute calls for inventory and assessment is required for distressed units. So if that has been done within the past 5 years, there hasn't been any major changes to asset portfolio, then, we're good with that. Don't need to certainly redo that work. Another really important point, and this is for all, whether distressed or not distressed, is, as I mentioned before, we see a lot of historical AIAs that maybe got through the inventory and partial assessment, but maybe didn't go underground to do some more detailed assessment, certainly didn't get to the point of having a fully fleshed out capital improvement plan, can always come back, and particularly with the ARPA funding, is kind of the slate is wiped clean. So you can certainly come back and ask for funding to, advance the results of an AIA and take it further. Okay, yeah, like I said, I'll veer off a little bit here, but not for very long, just to, mention the statutory requirements of distressed units. I think, the program's been around long enough that people generally probably know what I say when I'm talking about a distressed unit in the Bible utility program. If not, you know, you can get that information, or you can certainly ask any one of us after the training today. But as I mentioned, conducting an asset inventory or assessment and rate study is part of the statute, as well as these other elements. The other point I'll mention is that action plan, which requires the utility to have a short-term and long-term plan for sort of perpetual, you know, asset management to really summarize that. Not to mention, you know, some of these other elements that contribute, like continuing education, you know, human resources, and certainly financial management. But the big point here is that short-term plan is really like that CIP that would come out of an AIA project. The long-term plan is, you know, looking out more in that 10 to 20 plus year range. And is it going to continue to be viable to ask your ratepayers to, you know, keep that infrastructure rehab, replacement, renewal going, or are there other options? You know, downsizing, connecting, you know, interconnecting with a neighbor, things along those lines. And MRF studies can be used to delve into those issues. At the end of the day, what we're looking for in these financial plans, these long-term plans, is basically the $15 million in the VUR is kind of a one-shot deal. After you're sort of out of the program, then it's up to you. Well, to get out of the program, it's kind of up to the utility to show that their path forward is going to be sustainable for their ratepayers. Essentially, that 20 years from now, they're not going to have $400, you know, combined rates to pay for their system. That it's going to be reasonable. So that's kind of how we're looking at that sort of satisfying the long-range planning requirements of the program. Won't spend any time on this, just that there are multiple ways to become a distressed unit. The most common way is that number 3 there, which is every year we basically do a data review and calculate a score. We call it a distress score for all of the local government units kind of in our orbit. There's a good roughly 500. So these are municipalities, counties, as well as authorities and water sewer districts, sanitary districts, so that fall under that definition of local government unit that have water and wastewater systems. So they're all assessed annually. If you exceed the thresholds that you see here for 2 years in a row, we automatically kind of bring that to SWIA and the local government commission, who both have to approve designations. If you've exceeded the threshold for 1 year, you can request as a local government unit to be designated in advance of that second year exceedance. And a lot of the units that exceeded the threshold this year have requested that with resolutions so that they can access the funding that's available. Okay, so moving back into sort of the process, you know, not much new here. I think the only point, you know, you've seen these requirements for applications. Again, study grants use the common application form and require a lot of the same forms you've already heard about, including the rate sheets and the funds transfer certification. We do, of course, have a narrative section, and the only point I'd make here is that compared to some of the other funding programs where it's very clear, there's very clear thresholds about how you score points. It's really broken down into a very granular process. Ours are a little more open-ended in the study grant world for fairly obvious reasons. So it's a little more subjective, for lack of a better way to put it. And as I walk through the application, I'll just give a couple pointers of, you know, what we're looking for there. And a lot of this information should be in your materials, also available on the website, which is the guidance. And there's separate guidances for asset inventory and assessment applications and for MRFs. So this is the priority rating system, kind of split into 3 categories: project benefits, system management, and affordability. As I think John mentioned, you know, affordability is sort of the you know, the redheaded stepchild, in the sense that the harder it is for you to pay, the more incentivized or the higher, you know, priority it is to fund, which certainly makes sense. On the project well, let's move up to the system management side. What we're looking for with AIAs is a demonstration that the local government unit, the awardee, is going to be able to effectively carry out that study and then, has the insight and the proactivity to, translate that into a program, an asset management program over time. So in that sense, what we're looking for is those units that have made progress or who are improving their development of capital improvement plans and programming infrastructure projects are going to score higher as a general rule. Project benefits, again, we sort of go back to the more severe your challenges are, the more benefit there is. And like I said, I'll talk about all of these a little bit more. So every time any AIA application we get, whether it's from a distressed unit or a non-distressed unit, we're going to score based on the numbers I showed you before. However, there are actually two sort of parallel priority rating systems. One is for non-distressed, and they'll be ranked according to their score of their application. And then for basically BUR funded study grants, these are for distressed units, it's based on their different prioritization. Basically, the highest priority are local government units, utilities that have been taken over by the local government commission, because that's like a pretty extreme process. The local government commission doesn't want to be there forever, so it's a really high priority to at least get them to figure out what their needs are, and get a sense of that. And then for other units, it's basically simply based on their distress score. So the more distressed they are, the higher they rank. All that said, last year we awarded every eligible AIA, and historically, that's a little different than usual. Usually we don't fund all of them, but the division has also funded every merger and regionalization feasibility application that was eligible that it's ever gotten. So you probably don't have to worry about, especially since we still have ARPA funds available, you probably don't have to worry so much about scores, but still, please give us the information we want, because if you don't, you could be ineligible. So kind of walking through those specifics of the AIA application, project benefits, and there's 8 narrative questions. They relate to sort of different parts of that scoring matrix that I showed you. They don't necessarily match up one for one, so I'll just try to kind of hit the highlights again. The big one, and this is the same for AIA and MRF applications, is the top 3 challenges that the utility faces and how will this funding address those challenges. There are, for the project benefits points, you could score 0 to 8 there. Typically 4 points if it's what we say, it's old, it leaks, it breaks. If you can show us the system's old, I think we say 40 years for pipe, which would be somewhere around 1980. So anything before that would essentially score your 4 points as a base, and then there's ways to get additional points there too. You've heard, I think, several times about documenting age of infrastructure. When we're reviewing, I mean, certainly we try to be consistent among programs, but we need something. Again, we need, whether it is just knowledge of the utility, we do need, some estimate of when the system was installed, and most systems, have infrastructure of different ages. If that can be broken down, even if it's approximate, that's fine. If enough work's been done to say, hey, we've got 15,000 linear feet of 2-inch pipe from 1948 and, go through the whole thing, that's great. We'd love that. But if you don't have it, tell us what you do have and make your best estimates. You could get additional points. So that's sort of baseline, pretty easy bar to meet. We'll give 2 additional points for systems that show compliance issues, historical compliance issues. If that's the case, please do include summaries, tabulations, whatever, and notices of violation or, whatever other notices might be applicable there. So that usually gets another couple points. Excessive infiltration and inflow or water loss can also get a couple points if it's really excessive. And in those situations, again, please provide the data, reiterating some stuff you've heard earlier. Please, when you include supporting information, It's okay to include an entire document, but if you do, please just let us know where to look in that document. The easier you make it for us to find stuff, the higher, the more likely it is you're going to score those points you're trying to justify. So I'll leave it at that. Okay. Let's see. We just talked about this. This gives some more sort of documentation ideas that would be worthwhile depending on the challenges themselves. When you develop 3 challenges, please try to make them 3 separate challenges, not like one challenge and then kind of the second challenge is a subset. It can be hard sometimes to come up with 3, but please try considering, what we've talked about in terms of what tends to get the most priority. When we talk about compliance, it might be something short of an NOV, but like a boil water notice, an official notice, that would also help substantiate, issues regarding, drinking water treatment or conditions within the collection or the distribution system. So you can see those there. Again, please refer to the scoring rationale in your packets. So the next question is basically, where are y'all with your asset management plan? What has happened? And again, the better score here will show that there has been movement in the direction of being more proactive about managing assets. So that's what that one is mostly about. Let me just move on in the interest of time. The third one is looking at the asset management team. So we want to see, ideally, a name for a team member, but certainly minimally their title, particularly if it's someone that you're bringing on and don't know who that might be yet. But we definitely want to see the title. Some common issues here. We really want to see those sort of the triple bottom line, those 3 legs of the, best utility management stool, which are like infrastructure, organizational, and finance. So what we're looking for is, infrastructure, utility manager, utility director. If you don't have them, operator. On the organizational side, a representative from the board, or perhaps, an authorized rep of that person, like town manager, county manager, and then a financial person. That's the big one that sometimes gets left off, financial officer, if there is one. If that's a shared responsibility, just, point that out, but we really like to see that. The more you can describe the roles of team members and how they'll interact during the project, and then almost as importantly, whether that body will sort of persist after the project is really key. Some things to consider, certainly if some of the members have existing experience with asset management program development, please, point that out, as well as any other, relevant training or experience. External partners can be really important. Some of the more common ones that we see are like a municipality that will partner with their county, particularly since most of the data that's generated is going to be spatially referenced. There's a big focus on making sure that spatial data is properly managed. And I'm sure a lot of y'all have experience with that and know that it's, definitely not static, those spatial data sets, particularly as it relates to aging infrastructure. So having a partner that can help sort of manage that data could be important, just depending on, the size and capabilities of the unit applying. So for municipal governments, partnering with the county could be a positive. In areas, particularly where there's a lot of small units, sometimes the COGS can play a really good role in kind of pulling some of that spatial data together. So COGS can be a good external partner. And again, that those partnerships can, and particularly as it relates to data management, should persist after the study grant is completed. The next item is basically process used to set rates. So what we're looking for here is connection between rate setting and what revenue that the utility needs to operate. So connecting that with capital improvement plans. So the more of a connection that's shown there, even if it's maybe not a full connection, maybe there's not a fully evolved capital improvement plan, but you have a sort of an informal list. I know, we certainly see all kinds of capital improvement plans submitted, air quotes around that. But let us know where you are with that, and certainly think about how the AIA work is going to help get you to that next level of being proactive in terms of asset management. So there's a couple entries on, I think it's on the first page of the common application that asks for like whether utility rates have been raised, each of the last 5 years, what the collection rates are. We actually will look at that when we consider, is progress kind of being made? Are some of the things that are said in the narrative reflected in, the data that's provided there? So we do pay attention to that. If there's a rate study's been done, please attach that and let us know, like a formal rate study, that is. Narrative question 5. This one's really looking at, how will the information be used? A lot of times what we see here, and maybe it's just, please look at the guidance for more description about what we're looking for. But sometimes what we get is more, how do you do a condition assessment? How do you do a criticality rating and a risk rating and then put them together? We all know that. We all need that. So make it unique to, how is this program or this project going to advance the utility in terms of how it plans moving forward proactively, hopefully. And you can see, some of the considerations there. I always get confused here. I think this is the one that talks about ongoing efforts. So really what we're looking for here is who's going to own the data. Again, considering that most of the data is going to be spatially referenced, GIS data. We know certainly a lot of the distressed units don't really have the in-house capability. In some cases, if there's not a good external partner, maybe, part of the program is providing them with the tools and the training to manage that data themselves. We'd like to see, someone who has experience do that for them. And particularly if those with experience are a public body rather than like a consultant or, some kind of private data management entity. Yeah.
Professional analysis cost to determine SDF eligible to be part of an AIA project.
What's SDF?
Oh, I'm sorry, system development fees. Are they eligible to be part of an AIA project?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if we've discussed that, if anyone has any thoughts there, but I would say probably yes. Shadi, I see you moving around back there.
System development
I think I know.
fees eligible.
Well, we're there, and Mary might know. There's a requirement to. Right. So there is a statutory requirement to have a basis for and to do a study on system development fees and how they're developed. So I would say, yes, that's what I would say. Yeah, so Shadi said, and I agree that, part of a rate study, component to an AIA. So I think the short answer is yes. The caveat is that it may not help in terms of scoring, but since we fund all of them anyway, I guess it's all good. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, so we talked about that one. System operating ratio, I think you guys have probably seen enough of this, but we do look at operating ratio, and the scoring criteria is much more cut and dried there in terms of how those are scored. But certainly if there's any discrepancies in operating ratio, sometimes we speculate that, operating ratio went down, in the first year of COVID. That's kind of expected, but again, just try to make it really transparent for us so that we're not having to do that speculation, because we can't guarantee that we're going to speculate correctly or, really understand what's going on with the unit without having that detail. This just shows the calculation. I'm going to skip over that. I think you guys know that. And then there's a sort of a catch-all, any additional benefits doesn't really directly tie into any of the scoring criteria, but it does provide a place where you could, make an additional argument for the benefits of such a grant. Affordability, I think we've gone over this already a few times. And again, it's pretty straightforward scoring, which you can see there on that first set of sub bullets, but it's also in your guidance documentation. So, and this the same with the state benchmarks. Again, pretty consistent with the other programs. Once an AIA is funded, the process is pretty parallel, pretty similar to what we do for construction projects, with the big difference being that these go pretty much right into procurement because the actual work is being done by a consultant, whereas construction projects, the work, that's to the consultants, but the work's being done by the contractor. So there's the natural stopping point of having the bid process there. And of course, there's all the preliminary work that has to get done so that we do our due diligence before we, formally fund a project. With AIAs, it's not as complex. We do issue the letter of intent to fund, saying that the funding's been committed, the award's been approved. And then the next thing we typically ask for is a scope and budget. So this should be consistent with the scope and budget such as it is in the application. So that's what we're looking for. Also looking for some of those sort of allowable costs, if there is equipment being purchased, for example, that it's not excessive and things like that. And then from that, once the scope is approved, we move on to the grant agreement, the actual award, and then go through the normal kind of process of disbursements and so forth. We do like to be kept, we have a lot of these with not a lot of staff, so we can't be intimately involved with them. Certainly want to be more involved with the distressed units doing AIAs. We feel like with these, if we get the scope tightened up pretty good, that they probably don't require a lot of oversight. It's more just being, kept up to speed of, where that utility is in terms of the condition of their assets. So we will ask for, being included on invites to status check-in meetings. We might ask for a specific status update or, require kind of a status summary with invoices or something along those lines. Okay. So that's the AIA piece. The MRF piece is next. It's a lot shorter. So I'll stop here for a second, see if there's any more questions. Okay, nobody online, anyone here? Great. Okay, so MRF, Merger Regionalization Feasibility Study. In a way, it might be a little unfortunate the way these are titled, but kind of like distressed units caused a lot of not outrage, but a lot of excitement among those that were originally distressed. For merger regionalization feasibility grants, I mean, I perceive this as being certainly needing to look at regional options, as any robust analysis would do, but really it's an options analysis. And the results of a merger regionalization feasibility, particularly for the viable utility reserve, could result in something that doesn't look like regionalization. It could result on, hey, actually the best thing for you to do is to continue to operate your own system and, do this investment in it, get these asset management programs rolling or whatever. So it's really like an options analysis, a feasibility analysis of options towards the long term. So past that sort of AIA sort of time frame. But just, because it's there and because certainly mergers and regionalization is something we're, strongly in favor of. I think where, some units get nervous about these types of grants. And we just had, particularly when you have a big partnership, we just had a meeting last night after our training in Williamston with a number of units, some of which were distressed in a county in the eastern part of the state. And, you know, there's a lot of barriers to break through there, as you guys know, if you've worked, especially with small communities, small rural communities. So that the word merger can really make people nervous because, you know, in a lot of cases, water, wastewater is one of the few really tangible assets that a small community has. The idea that the study might say the best thing for you to do is to give up your system, you know, can be threatening. For very understandably, want to really emphasize here, we say it a lot, that's not the intent of the program. The intent is to look at all the options of which a merger can be one. But, you know, for distressed units, the statutory requirements allow for a whole suite of different options to be looked at, everything from decentralizing to kind of merging. So almost like both ends of the spectrum. And the statutes are written such that a merger, at least in the context of the Viable Utilities Program, is really defined as reducing the number of utilities. So it's taking two or more utilities and turning them into one. So it's very clear that at least by definition, merger, that's what merger means. Regionalization could be everything from physical interconnection for whatever reasons to just other ways to cooperate regionally, increase your buying power, you know, get economies of scale for certain types of supplies and equipment, and so forth. So application components, basically the same as what I mentioned for AIAs. There are a different set of narrative questions, but it looks pretty similar. The only difference here is for potential partners, and this could include just your buddies, you know, maybe another distressed unit that just committed to looking together at alternatives, but it could also include sort of the larger utility in the area that might, you know, potentially be a regional provider. We want them to both know they're part of the application, so to be aware of it, but also to commit to, you know, what we say, playing nicely, you know, providing information, cooperating, you know, make sure everyone's kind of on board. This, you know, it's a little kind of sub note here, but can certainly be a bigger issue, particularly if you have if you're trying to coordinate a larger partnership. These are the priority rating system. And again, these are rated the same way as I mentioned for AIAs. There's a point system for sort of everyone, but then distressed units are going to be evaluated, or partnerships evaluating, or partnerships including distressed units are going to be evaluated based on their score, essentially. So just walking through these really quick, you know, want to understand the history of looking at potential mergers or regionalization efforts before, make sure we're not, you know, funding the exact same thing. Certainly, as I mentioned for AIAs, MRFs can build on previous work. As I mentioned before, these were previously limited to $50,000, which, you know, when you start getting into the details of doing a merger or any kind of regionalization effort, doesn't really go very far. So I think originally these were conceived as very big picture, 30,000 foot kind of studies, but now without having those limits, there's the ability to take them further. And, you know, certainly for some of the smaller units, we've advocating using Environmental Finance Center and other resource partners to help, you know, actually craft interlocal agreements and make sure that those interests that we just talked about that can make certain units nervous, make sure those things are addressed. So I see these as being technical in some ways. They can be more technical, they can be more infrastructure related and sort of engineering feasibility, but then there's a big sort of softer side there that can be part of these MRF studies. But that in a lot of cases, those softer, you know, political challenges, organizational challenges can be even more difficult to navigate. What does the system hope to benefit from receiving an MRF grant? You know, again, getting into those top three challenges and how they'll be addressed, very similar to the AIA. You know, compliance history, a poor compliance history really bumps up the project benefits for this particular grant scoring. Proximity and past collaboration, you know, a little different now that we have multiple partners. You know, we want to understand that their approximate enough to potentially benefit one another from, some type of regionalization. And certainly, if we have some documentation that these units have played together well in the past, whether it's on the water wastewater side or even at the larger level, even if there's partnerships that have been done, outside of the water and sewer realm, a lot of times, some of the barriers are at those higher political levels. So that shows that, these folks can work together and have shown that they can do that. Yeah. So this just gets into some of the potential considerations, documentation that can be provided or developed during an MRF. Get into size and capabilities of both the sort of potential receiving system, looking at the classical kind of merger example, as well as maybe the system that's really in need. Distress designation scores a few points, as it does actually for the AIA. It can add a few points to project benefits. And then again, some of those affordability and operating ratio line items that are really similar to what we had for the AIA application. So kind of wrapping up here, the way these projects evolve, are implemented is very similar to what I described for AIA's letter of intent. Really some effort to work through the scope, since these can really, an AIA is sort of limited. I mean, there's definitely some room to customize, but essentially, we know what sort of the list of potential activities are. For an MRF project, it could really look at a lot of different things. For example, in the fall, we received from one distress unit 2 separate MRF applications, which that's something to think about, strategically splitting up projects sometimes to have a better chance of funding. But one of them was focused really on sort of the internal workings of the utility, so staffing and sort of the organizational things. And then the other was looking at basically operation of their treatment plant, and they've been outsourcing that to a private utility and looking at that relationship. So there are lots of different sort of focal points that an MRF can really focus on, and we do like to see that, with the idea that a really focused and diligent study is going to result in something that's more actionable than, a 30,000-foot really broad type of study. So I know I went through that fast, but I also know we're running out of time. So are there any questions? Anything online? Okay.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
So it is 3:21. We are going to do a 5-minute 7-inning stretch. I will not take me out to the ballpark. So please feel free to stretch your legs, step outside if you want to breathe in nice warm air. And then we'll get back and do stormwater. So we will see everyone online at 3:27. Thank you. Resuming. So I will let Tony take it away, and hopefully the little stuff on top will go away in a minute. See? All right. So I'm hoping this stuff will disappear at the top and go back up. There we go. All right, you are on. So Tony and Ken are going to carry us down to the finish line. We were about this time yesterday, and I think we were pretty close to on time finishing. I mean, it'll be probably 4:15. So y'all bear with us, but this is stormwater and our brand new program. So Tony, take it away.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just want to first
Keep on going.
start off that, from a stormwater perspective, this is a historic funding round.
You're good.
For a few reasons. We're launching a new stormwater infrastructure funding program. First time we're going to be able to fund quantity-based stormwater projects. First time we've had to document eligibility, and that's what I'm getting ready to talk about, eligibility determination. Want to give a shout out to Shadi Eskoff, our director, for outstanding leadership, getting us to this point. And I'm not saying that because he's in the back, but Just want to give credit where credit's due, as well as Francine Durso for coming out of retirement for one thing, and steering us through steering us through our sessions with our sister agencies, through public listening sessions. I put plural on there. There were several of them. Public comment period, SWIA Stormwater Funding Committee, all the way through our approval from SWIA. So that was a big task, collecting all that information, getting it in a form that we could digest and incorporate into our stormwater project and stormwater program. And also, I want to thank all the people, the public, that gave comment to help us, or gave us the comments that provided valuable input for us to incorporate into our property rating system and our program. So we couldn't have done it without you guys. So, okay, starting off with stormwater eligibility. All right. And then I go into things that are not eligible. And the reason we have this in here is when we were coming up with our priority rating system and developing our stormwater program, we came up with things that were not eligible. So we figured we needed to document it to help you apply for the stormwater program. And so use it for that. There's not an exhaustive list, but a good number of things that we included in here. And this is also included in your guidance document. And Jennifer mentioned that the eligibility certification form was in your packet, and she told you to put it aside. That's what we're going to get ready to go over. And under section 1, so if you want to pull it out, we can go over it. Under section 1, basically you need to first describe your stormwater quality issue, a map, include a map, photographs, rainfall data if available, other information like news articles and stuff to help support that stormwater, that you have a stormwater quality or quantity issue. Under section 2, demonstrate a significant hardship. In your certification form, there are like 2 boxes that you can check. There's 3 ways that you can demonstrate this hardship. You can check either box 2A, where you have a criterion 1, LGU indicators, or criterion 2, benefits the disadvantaged area, or you can demonstrate hardship by checking box 2B, develop and implement a new stormwater utility. Under criterion 1, LGU indicators, 1 out of the 5, if you have demonstrate 1 out of 5 indicators are worse than the state benchmark, you can demonstrate that. Or criterion 2, disadvantaged areas, where 75% of the construction costs benefit a disadvantaged area. And of course, disadvantaged areas kind of defined as a portion of a city or county, either through the community mapping system or narrative of disadvantaged factors, included in the narrative disadvantaged factors that are listed here, or there's some additional disadvantaged factors in the guidance that you can use as well. Under 2B, if you don't currently have a stormwater utility enterprise fund and you provide a statement that's what you're going to do is develop this stormwater utility enterprise fund, you can and provide a resolution, you can earn these points as well. Under section 3, also council, governments, and nonprofit entities are partnering with cities and counties are eligible for this funding. And of course, you need to execute the form, as well as don't forget to include all your supporting documentation and submit that with your certification form, and then the certification form with your application. Grant limits, we kind of went over this earlier. least gave you an idea of what the limits are. Remember, we have 82 million total in stormwater funding. There's a 30-70 split between planning grants and construction grants. And these are the limits again. I just want to put this up in case you had any questions, but you can see these limits here just like we went over earlier. Okay, under the priority rating system, first off, just want to point out that you need to provide a description and a beginning narrative, and that's what we're talking about here. Narratives required for all projects. We're talking about a beginning narrative, which is different from a narrative to claim points for an individual line item. So I'll be talking about both. Right here, we're talking about beginning narratives. And for these narratives, you must address all the items in the guidance, read the guidance point by point, and if anything's not applicable, we ask you to state as such. And in the narratives, describe, in the beginning narratives, describe the source of the water that's causing an issue, provide mapping to support that as well. If you have a stormwater utility or a stormwater enterprise fund, just mention those, that you have those, and kind of what the revenues or expenses that you have for the last year, the sources of the funding, the revenues, or the sources that you use for your expenditures. That type of information is what we're looking for here. And if you have an MPDS permit under MS4, provide that information. Planning studies, provide a description of the proposed stormwater planning goals and activity. Any input sessions that you've had or soliciting public input on your project, provide that information. Give us all that kind of background information that kind of gives us a flavor of where you're going with the project. And I just mentioned this is an extra slide. So moving into the construction projects priority rating system line items, just want to mention, because some of you may be new to our program because you might be doing stormwater, and never done a wastewater project. Remember when Jennifer mentioned the things, the checklist and stuff? That is very important because I've reviewed some of these applications, and you don't want to be disqualified because you spend all this time putting these projects together and you left out a resolution or something. So then you're ineligible. So just be sure to do that for your new people. Okay, this is our priority rating system is very similar to the water and wastewater. You got 4 categories: project purpose, project benefit, system management, and affordability. And again, make sure your project is eligible. Again, this is the first time we've had to do eligibility certification. Make sure you've done that before you start your priority rate, filling out your priority rating system. Read the guidance, submit. And when you finish this thing, submit your score sheet, include narratives, your beginning narratives, as well as your line item narratives and any supporting documentation. And submit that with your eligibility form as well as your application. Okay, under category 1, project purpose, maximum 35 points. You can get points for stormwater control measures under 1A, and 50% of the construction costs or water quality type project. The purpose is SEMs to, you're doing implementing a new SEMs or repair or rehabilitate an existing SEMs. And you must adhere to the North Carolina Stormwater Design Manual, Part C, minimum design criteria, and make sure you state that's the case in your narrative. also clearly demonstrate that the SEM meets the definition of nature-based solutions, stormwater solutions. In your guidance, there's a definition of nature-based solutions, as well as a definition of stormwater control measures. Use those definitions to help you assess that you have met this requirement and include that in your narrative. So the description of how it meets the definition in their narrative, as well as list the SEMs, map showing the location of the SEMs. And if you've got areas upstream that's going to run into your project, include percent runoff, as well as if you got future growth or anything like that, show how you're going to manage that. So give us the complete picture of what's going on with your project. Under 1A2, non-nature-based solutions, you can get 25 points. The first one, nature-based solution, that's the maximum points. I forgot to mention that, 35. That's the maximum for the whole priority rating system. But in this one, you can get 25 points. And if you have an SEM that doesn't qualify for the nature-based, you would use this one. And the same narratives apply as to 1A1. Under 1B, stream restoration, wetlands, streams, wetlands, and buffers and estuaries, you can get 25 points. Narrative must include a statement that the project will not is not to satisfy compensatory mitigation, supporting documentation, provide mapping again, as well as if you provide some photographs within the last 3 months, that will really help you too for especially for stream restoration projects. Okay.
Someone asked, what if the project is nature-based and non-nature-based?
Yeah. What if the question was, what if a project is nature-based or non-nature-based and non-nature-based? Okay. That's when you use the 50%. Use the 50% in your project budget to make that determination. If your project is over 50% for quality-based, then nature-based, then it will score nature-based. Okay. Yes. Okay. Under 1B1, restoration of first order stream. This is the only place you can get additional points for a line item. In your narrative, discuss the key design considerations that support the implementation, as well as include maps. Again, you're going to hear me say maps all the way through here because it's just critical that you can have some kind of thing that can replace 1,000 words of narrative. So under 1B2, restoration of permanent riparian buffers, you can get 2 points, 2 additional points for category B. In the narrative, state that it meets either zone 1 or zone 2 for riparian buffers, zone 1 being 30 feet, zone 2 being up to 50 feet. And also include a statement if you have this, if this applies, stormwater discharges through the buffer will be removed. And what we're talking about there, replaced with natural drainage. Under 1C, stormwater quantity control projects, you can get 25 points. And these are kind of your gray water projects. So it's either repair or rehabilitate gray water projects, or quantity projects, and use that same budget to make that determination of whether it's 50%. And in a narrative, one of the things you want to state is the primary purpose is not to improve or repair transportation infrastructure. And then the same thing applies if you have upstream growth or upstream tributary to your project area. Then you need to percent impervious as well as kind of how any additional growth or development will be managed. The water from that will be managed. Supporting documentation, if you can, provide peak flow reduction that is expected if you got that, if that applies to your project, and of course, provide mapping to help kind of show this. Okay, moving on to category 2. Any questions, Michelle? Okay. Project benefits, maximum 30 points. Just like water and wastewater, they probably said this, is that you can conceivably get more points than 30, but we're only going to give you the 30 points. Just keep that in mind when you're filling out the priority rating system. You can earn points for one of the following subcategories. That is under 2A, water quality improvements, you can get 2A1 or 2A2 or 2A3 or 2A4 or 2A5, and I'll be going over those consecutively here. Under 2A1, impaired waters, you can get 15 points. And what you want to do is basically show how the project benefits the impaired waters. Of course, include your maps to help show that. And it's kind of critical here in these next few slides that the map can play a very important role. Because we don't have really an experience yet with the stormwater as much as wastewater. Some more wastewater experiences. Our project does not address the impairment. I think we mentioned that early in the wastewater section, priority rating system, and the map does not adequately show the location of the project to the impaired waters, that type thing, so you can make that connection. Under you can get points, 10 points under 2A2, water classifications. Again, you just need to make the direct connection between the project benefit and the benefit and the project. Of course, mapping is also an important factor here. Okay. Under 2A3, you can get 10 points for nitrogen and phosphorus removal in nutrient-sensitive waters. That's the key here. And what we're wanting here in the narrative, project will adhere to North Carolina SEM credit document. Kind of show us what kind of pollutant reductions you're going to achieve. And also, we want you get some input from the North Carolina Stormwater Program, especially if you have a project that uses the North Carolina Credit Manual, or if you have a project that's, you might have different pollutant removals because you have some site constraints or something. Get their input to show that that project will achieve whatever revised pollutant removal before you submit it. As well as if you have projects that have SCMs in series that they need to show what kind of additional pollutant removal. So things like that. Under 2A1, you can get 5 points, and this is the same reduction of nitrogen and phosphorus for non-sensitive waters, and the narrative is pretty much the same as for 2A3, and I don't think I need to go over it again for the sake of time. Under 2A5, benefits natural heritage program natural areas, you can get 3 points. Again, we just need to show the connection or direct benefit of the project to these natural areas, and there's a link to the North Carolina Heritage Program map that has all of these natural areas on the GIS that you can pull up, and you want to put your project on that and make that link between the benefits of the project to that natural area. Okay, under flood reduction, you can earn points for one of the following categories, either 2B1 or 2B2 or 2B3. The project under 2B1, you can get increases public safety, 15 points. Project will help the applicant access and operate critical infrastructure. In their narrative, describe why the project is critical and how the project will help or benefit access and operation of the critical infrastructure. Supporting documentations include maps. In our developing of our priority rating system, we came across the DOT evacuation routes, and we decided to include it in there as it could be a possible critical area. And we have a link to that in our guidance that you can use as well.
The limit of transportation improvements are not eligible and improving evacuation route.
Yeah, the question was, it seems.
Flood reduction.
Yeah, the question is that there seems to be a conflict between something that benefits evacuation routes with that not being eligible, right? What we're talking about here, if you're not really doing anything, say like replacing a culvert under a DOT road, what you're trying to do is prevent that road from flooding. So you might, yeah.
So flooding is the primary.
Yes, yes. Right. What?
Culvert if it was to mitigate flooding, not to improve the road surface.
Okay, the question was, we can permit culvert replacement to prevent flooding, right? Only if the city or county owns that culvert. If DOT owns it, no. Okay? Okay, we good? Okay. Okay, reduces structural flooding, 2B2, you can get 8 points. Project reduce flooding, habitable structures. Write a statement that the natural flooding, the nature of the flooding, sorry, you can see what whether it's crawl space, finished space, first floor, or something like that of the habitable structure. What caused the flooding? How many structures were affected? Include a map kind of showing all of that so that we can get a good perspective of what you're talking about. And you can easily see how a map could help you here. In your narrative, in the 2B3, reduces street flooding. In your narrative, identify the streets that you're talking about, the cause of the flooding. Can residents get access to their houses, that type thing. Kind of give us an idea, kind of the scope of this issue here and how the project will reduce this. Of course, include maps to kind of help explain that. So points for 2B3. Okay, moving on to collaboration. That's 2 or more LGUs collaborating together to work on a stormwater quality or quantity issue. You can get 10 points. In your narratives, kind of state the goals that is expected by these LGUs, and kind of what's the benefit for collaborating together, and kind of show us the history of these guys collaborating, so that you've heard this before. Do they work well together? Do they play together well? And that's the kind of things we want to know before in looking at funding a program.
We have another question.
Sure.
The project is located within the DOT right of way, increases paid public safety via flood mitigation, and will be operated by the local municipality. Will the project be eligible?
The key thing there, the question is, if a project is located within the DOT right of way, and what was the second part?
Increases public safety.
Increases public safety, so it meets that. Okay. Okay.
And will be operated by the local municipality.
But will be operated by the local municipality.
Will the project be eligible?
I'm not sure if it has to be owned by the local municipality, because you know, my concern there is that I'm not sure if we can work on a DOT road that's not owned by the city or county. So that's my problem there. I think it has to be owned, not just managed by the city or county. I think that would probably make the distinction. What do you think, Ken? This is new territory.
DOT put down still, this could be done by
Yeah. So it sounds like it's something that we need to get back with them on an answer. So I just want to reiterate what my supervisor said is that we do in water and sewer, we use encroachment agreements to work on DOT roads and stuff. And it might be a possibility to do that with the stormwater, but we need to get back with you. So supporting documentation for the collaboration is a resolution, board meeting minutes that's showing that you have a collaboration that's from both municipalities that are collaborating together. You need the resolution or board meeting minutes, and you also need a map. Well, a map is a good thing for supporting documentation. Under 2D, what we're talking about here are kind of watershed type plans here, you know, like watershed plan, stormwater management plan, stormwater resiliency plan, estuary plan that expands a good area. And if you have, say, one of these plans developed for your area, kind of how this project will connect to that plan. That's kind of what's going to get you to points here. Inner narrative, kind of include the name of the plan and the time frame addressed by the plan. It has to be at least 10 years. And provide a concise summary, project connection to the plan, future conditions utilized to complete vulnerability assessment, long-term strategies, as well as supporting documentation, as you can see listed here. Innovative projects, 5 points. You can get innovative projects for quantity and or quality. And under quality, kind of use the North Carolina Land and Water Fund project manual and the North Carolina Division of Environmental Quality Stormwater Manual to help you determine innovative projects. And in a narrative, provide for quantity narrative, provide project description and kind of why it's innovative, how the project will utilize new or different practices, how the project will build on current stormwater experiences or advanced practices. For the quality, in addition to those narrative items, you just need to make that connection between the Land and Water Fund Design Manual and the North Carolina Stormwater Design Manual to show that it is an innovative quality type of project. And then the remainder narrative parallel the quantity narrative above. Under 2F, public education component, you can get 1 point. We're talking about here, if you say provide a project sign that talks about the project, you include that, you can get a point. Something as simple as that. Under category 3, same thing applies as category 2. So you get maximum of 10 points, but you can possibly get more points than 10, but we're only going to give you the 10-point max. You can earn points for 3A1 or 3A2. And under 3A1 is develop, you got some developed plans, and we're talking about those same plans that kind of watershedish kind of plans. And you can see them listed here. If you're adopted or developing them, you can get the points, and these plans have to have a connection with the project. If you're adopting one of these plans, you need to state that if you've already adopted, rather, state that you've adopted it, a description of how the plan supports the project, like I just mentioned, and a link to the website, supporting documentation, again, a resolution of board meeting minutes that you have adopted this plan. And if you're developing one of these plans, you need got a question?
Stormwater specific capital improvement plan qualify as a?
I'll get to, it'll be coming later. I'll discuss that. So if you're developing one of these plans, a statement that you are going to develop it, the status of that development, and when it'll be complete. Okay. Under operation and maintenance plan, you can see, you must kind of verify to us that the plan is active when it was put in place. And these 6 items here, you need to include, it includes those in their narrative, when it was implemented, and then when it became active, like I just said, who is responsible for this O&M plan, and kind of what your budget is, as well as provide a link. Under 2B, capital improvement plan, you can earn 2 points. Statement of the years covered by the plan has to be at least 5 years. Description of the project in the CIP, as well as supporting documentation, resolution of board meeting minutes that you have approved this plan within 2 years of the application, and printout of the list of CIP projects with the project highlighted on that list. Under stormwater utility, you can earn points for 3C1 and 3C2. And under 3C1 is the stormwater utility with enterprise fund. If you've adopted one, or if you're developing one, you can earn those points. And in a narrative, kind of the same old route that I just went over, that you got an existing stormwater utility plan, provide a link, supporting documentation, that you got resolution or board meeting minutes, that you got this plan in place. If you're developing it, statement that your development, status of it, and when it's going to be complete. Okay. See your pattern here, right? Under 3C2, stormwater management program without enterprise fund, you can get 3 points. The applicant has adopted one, or they're going to develop one. Kind of the same thing applies here. I don't want to go through this again, but just keep in mind it's pretty much the same kind of thing. And of course, it's in the guidance. Okay, moving on to category 4, affordability, 25 points max. You can get points for 4A1 and 4A2, 3 points for less than 10,000 population, and greater than 10,000 but less than 20, you can get 2 points. And you can get 6, 8, 10, 12 points if you demonstrate LGU indicators 1 through 5 are worse than the state benchmarks. And here's the list of the LGU indicators for this round. And just want to point out that there's an LGU calculator that we just put online to help you get these LGU indicators that you can fill in on your application. Okay, under 4C, disadvantaged areas, you can get 10 points. 50% of the project cost has to benefit the disadvantaged area. I kind of already went over kind of how we determine disadvantaged area with the community mapping system and the narrative of the disadvantaged factors. So that's what you would use, determine the disadvantaged area. And in a narrative, provide a map, description of kind of how these factors that you're going to use will determine that disadvantaged area. The description of the issue that you have, as well as how it will directly improve the water quality, how the project will improve the water quality, flooding frequency, that type thing. One of the key things too is if you have separate, if you have water quantity and water quality and quantity components here, we want you to list in the narrative both of them separately. That makes sense. Okay, Ken, we're in stormwater planning. Ken's going to bring us the rest of the way home.
Okay, thank you, Tony. We're going to launch right into the planning grants. Again, this is the stormwater planning grants from administrator that we're paying for with the ARPA funds. Okay, so with the first of all, let me just start out by saying in your packet of information that you have should be a resolution. Well, the application. Let's first look at the application. You have the application package right here that I'm holding up. If you refer particularly to page, essentially the front page of the application, where you have all these check boxes, particularly look down here, types of funding type requested. You'll see there's a checkbox for stormwater planning grant, last parentheses, LASSI. So if you're going to apply for planning grant, you would check that box, stormwater planning grant. Okay. And then look at the box just below it, develop and implement a stormwater utility, also under LASSI. So if the intention of, or if one of the intentions is to apply for funding to develop and implement, essentially create a brand new stormwater utility, you would also check that box on page 1 of the application. So, so that's in the application. I'll also flip, if you have the application open, flip over also to page 4. When page 4 is when Tony mentioned the construction application, you're going to see that there's a project budget, right? For your, if a town's going to apply for a construction stormwater type of project, you'd fill out this budget. Tony described that, and notice that requires a PE seal, professional engineer seal. However, if you're submitting a planning grant application, you don't do table 8A, you go to the next page where table 8C. Notice that's going to be, that's where you put down the project budget for your stormwater planning grant, and that does not require a professional engineer seal. So just make a note of that. Also, I'm going to just draw your attention to the other document that you have is the resolutions. And again, all of these forms are downloadable from our website, but in particular, if you look at the front page, every single application has one resolution to it, right? But they may be different. So if you're doing a construction stormwater type project, you're going to use the stormwater, the resolution number 1. There's 3 resolutions, number 1, 2, and 3. You're going to use the first resolution. If you're planning grant, if you check the box that you're going to develop, essentially you're going to create a brand new stormwater utility, jump down to the 3rd resolution. Look at that. That resolution is only to be used if you intend to create develop and implement, create a brand new stormwater utility. You're going to use that 3rd resolution right here. And that resolution essentially replaces the first resolution. You only send, the bottom line is you only send 1 resolution. If you get mixed up and you send 2 resolutions, that's okay. No harm done. But essentially, each application really only requires 1 resolution. Okay. Real quickly, I'm going to go through this quick because it's 4 and we're out of time. So category 1, project benefits. Category 2 and category 3 is like any application, read the guidance and supply the supporting information. These are examples of common examples, not all of them, that you can use planning grants for. If your town has an asset if your town has a stormwater utility and you have infrastructure in the ground, you can do an asset inventory and assessment, condition assessment if you want to. Stormwater rates, you can do planning studies, you can do watershed development studies, you can develop stormwater management plans, you can do hydrologic modeling. It's really a very open-ended grant application for the planning grant that we have here. But all the applications still require an opening narrative. You take the towns or the counties' top challenges over the next 5 years or so, and you describe what you intend your study to do. The description of the study, what your goals are, project scope, and what you expect to actually deliver, right? We have to have some final products. Category 1, real quickly, and 1A is where line item 1A worth 0 to 5 points. It's a sliding scale. Basically, this is where you describe, using a narrative, what your study is, what the intentions are, going to look at all alternatives, what projects you intend to actually potentially do out of this planning grant. The better you describe it, the more particular details you use, the more points we give you. If you're very vague in what you describe, we give you less points. Okay, line 1B worth 0 to 3 points is essentially you develop and prioritize future projects. How, if your study is going to, develop projects that you're going to implement in the, X number of years down the road. So you, again, the better you describe and use particular details and that we know what you're talking about, the more points we give you. Line item 1C. Okay. If your planning study is going to look at stormwater minimum control measures, so in order to get this worth 2 points, this line item, in order to get these points, your study has to address at least one of the 6, what we call the minimum control measures that are found in any MS4 permit, and they're listed right here. Your town or county does not have to have an MS4 permit. It may or it may not. That's not really the issue. The issue is what is the purpose, is if the purpose of the planning grant is to address some of these issues, then you can claim these points. Okay, 1D has to do with collaboration with other towns, local government units. Town A is applying for the grant, but they're going to work in cooperation with Town B because they have maybe some common issues, maybe common flooding and stormwater issues. So in order to gain these 3 points, one particular thing in particular is you need to have a resolution. Notice the bottom, you need to have a resolution or board meeting minutes from each town stating that they're going to work on this project in a cooperative way. That's important. If you don't provide those resolutions or board meeting minutes, then no point. So that's line item 1T, 1E worth 2 points is if your planning project is hopefully potentially going to benefit impaired waters. You identify what the impaired waters is and what your planning project particularly is in relationship with these streams or rivers that are impaired, and impaired for what. That's important. Follow the documentation, just like in the construction applications. You have to identify what it's impaired for, show maps, and look at all these requirements. 1F, the nature-based solution. That's if you're going to specifically study solutions that are defined as nature-based solutions. You can gain these 2 points. Line item 1G, if your planning study is specifically going to go after and look at innovative stormwater projects. Again, read the narrative, and that's worth 2 points. Line item 1H, worth 1 point, is if your study is particularly going to look at ways to address vulnerability issues like flooding, sea level rise, etc. Okay, moving on to category 2, system management. You can gain one point here in line item 2A, essentially by saying that documenting that you're going to have at least one half full-time equivalent person that's going to be working on this stormwater, essentially the planning study on the stormwater management activities. You need to identify who that person is going to be, etc. Line item 2B is if you're going to use previously studies in this current study, you need to describe what those studies were and what those are and how those previous studies link into this study that you're proposing to do right now.
Ken, we have a question.
Yes.
Just to clarify, project design for a construction project would go under construction, not planning.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're actually doing construction, if you're going to put something in the ground, that is a construction project.
So project design for a construction project.
Oh, read it.
Project design for a construction project would go under construction, not planning?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. So if you're doing design work for a potential study, yes, that can be under a planning grant.
Sounds like they're already know what they want.
Yeah.
Is that what you're
It's
saying?
project design for a construction project. Okay.
Pre-construction. They're only asking for the design funds and no construction funds. They have a planning study.
Yes, that actually can be a planning study. Yes. I misunderstood the question.
If they're not asking for the construction funds right now.
If in other words, the question is if they're actually proposing to do a design work and no construction, that would be a planning grant.
Thank you.
Right. Yes. Okay. We got it. All right. Line item 2C, staff involvement. Gain 1 point here. This is where you document staff involvement from the town or the county that is getting, and this is something we want, just like the regular sewer and drinking water AIAs, we want staff involvement from the town. You describe that, who the staff people are that are going to be involved in the study. Again, the idea here is to encourage the towns and the counties staff themselves to be involved in the study and not just have it necessarily done all by a consulting engineer. 2D, worth 4 points. Essentially, you can gain these 4 points in 2 different ways. The first way is if your town or county already has an adopted stormwater management plan. That's the first one. If you can gain these 4 points, you provide the resolution or board meeting stating when and where, how the when the stormwater management plan was adopted, etc. You can also gain these 4 points if your proposed study is going to lead to the adoption of a stormwater management plan. So, all right, moving on. 2E. We'll break this up into 2E1 and 2E2. 2E1 is if You can gain the worth 4 points is if your stormwater utility is if your town or county already has an existing stormwater utility and a stormwater enterprise fund. You can gain 4 points. So this is for those towns that already have an established utility system. You need to state when the utility began operation, and we want official records of when it was put when it was enacted. We want records of past fees, et cetera, et cetera. We also want the resolution and board meeting minutes showing when the utility was established. 2E2, this is where the town says they are going to develop and implement. They're going to create the stormwater utility with the enterprise fund. If that's one of the intentions of the planning grant, that's worth 5 points. So, and again, we and also Dimmler want to encourage towns to actually create stormwater utilities, towns that don't have that. And so that's the purpose of this right here. See the guidance. One of the things that's important here is if the town is going to create a utility, we want to see the resolution that they fully intend to do it. That's the purpose of resolution, this third resolution, right? That not only is the town seeking funding, but they fully intend at the end of this time to have a utility created. Affordability. This is exactly what Tony just talked about in the construction. I'm not going to talk about this at all. It's exactly the same, except for a scaling of points. But other than that, you have 3A, 3B, and 3C, and it looks precisely just like the other affordability. And that's.
All right, checking on y'all. How are y'all doing? You feel like you've drunk through a fire hose today? I do thank all of you for hanging in there. We are just about where we were yesterday at this time, so thank you for spending time with us. Thank you, those of you who are online. As you're getting ready to submit applications, please do take time to read through the materials that you need to read through and start working on your applications. Call us, ask questions. As I mentioned this morning, folks who do that, who are in communication with us, tend to do better. If you want us to do a draft review, we can. Just make sure that you allow yourself plenty of time to update your applications as needed. For those of you who are in the room, there's an evaluation at the end of your packet. Please just fill it out and you can just leave it on top of the score sheet. And that will enable us to better this training in the future. And I appreciate, again, everyone's time. As you have questions, you can see all of our contact information up on here on the screen. Please do take the time to call us again if you need to. And that is it for the day. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording and mute our online folks, and we will see you all down the road. Thank you.
Hey, Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
The extra packets over there.
Yes.
If somebody wants to take an extra one, they can.